Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, August the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, well, again, this is following a very consistent pattern now. I've done another pre-market trade, and that was the HOTH. The interesting thing that I'm starting to see, what time was this one at? This was, well, 7:45, 8 o'clock. That's the 8 o'clock, actually probably was right around 8 o'clock, HOTH. I'm seeing a lot of these are popping in between 7:45 and 8:15. I know a lot of you are really wanting us to have our data starting at 4 Eastern time. And I went back and I took a look at a lot, not just today, but in the last little while, took a look at a lot of stocks that were moving in the pre-market. Yeah, were there some that were moving at 4? But you know what? The majority of them I saw were really moving after 7 o'clock. Anyway, HOTH, this is just another one, a super quick trade. I heard the alert and I got in around, I think it was 346. This went up to 450 in a heartbeat. I sold. It actually continued on. I was thinking, uh-oh. But anyway, I got out at 450. That was a super, super quick trade, HOTH. Well, there are a ton of things going on this morning in terms of active stocks. So let's try to get to a few of them. By the way, like MGM and LVS, the casinos appear to be just ripping here. There's MGM approaching the 200-day moving average. I noticed LVS earlier, Las Vegas. But MGM is just ripping here. But again, approaching that 200-day moving average. So interesting to see what happens if it gets even close to it. But there are other things, and of course, how can we not talk about Kodak? So if you saw the news over the weekend, this whole deal is now in question because of the insider trading. So who knows what's going to happen going forward? This is this is highly speculative now. Who knows if they yank the entire thing or they iron it out? But anyway, that is the reason why Kodak is down again. It was already moving down ahead of it, but now it looks like the whole deal could be in jeopardy, and that is the $750 million loan. So let me take a look at some of the other ones. MRCB gapping up, positive phase 3 data. Have I typed the symbol in wrong? I do this all the time. I'm sorry. This is I've done this before with this one. It is actually MCRB, not MRCB. So I do apologize. I think I've typed it in wrong. Anyway, look at this one. This is positive late stage phase 3 data. It's not a virus play. But look at what a gap up. Foot Locker, yeah, Foot Locker. This is a earnings guidance. Official earnings appear to be still August the 21st, but they guided same store sales, etc. are up. It's now starting to fade quite a bit, actually, down $5. But at one point, this had really gapped up. Foot Locker FL. Omer, OMER, gap up. This is a virus play. Look at the gap. I mean, look at the gap on this daily, guys. 2102, 2087 or so looks like the next. What did it get to? Oh man, I mean, if this regains the pre-market highs, I mean, it can start really attacking this area right up here. There's the high. WKHS is just sinking here. Yeah, WKHS just sinking here. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. No, it is an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is an earnings play. So it was really doing nothing. A little gap up, but they must have just released. I don't know why people expect real earnings out of this company, but anyway, that's the reaction. WKHS. Guess I got to talk about it, but Canopy, CGC, earnings play has gapped up on earnings. Wake me if it ever breaks out of this area. 1963. Tilray, I think, is sympathy play, but they also have earnings after hours. So that is TLRY. Tilray has earnings after hours. So it's a sympathy play right now with CGC. wait and see what happens to their earnings or the reaction to earnings. And NKLA, what a run this one is having. I'm sure this is really trapping. Well, not a lot of short. I don't know how many shorts there are, to be honest, but this has had a tremendous comeback. I think a lot of people, like myself, really thought that if it really took out 30 with any resolve, it could really start to approach that 22 level. But this has really bounced off 30 and is continuing higher today. Yeah, Omar, I don't make recommendations, like that. Do I think it's a good time to buy? You have to wait for the market to open. I'm not, first of all, I'm not an investment advisor, so you just have to wait for the market to open and see what happens. I've already explained that 2092 takes that out again. It did it in the pre-market, but if it does, I mean, it's got a shot to get into this area. DOYU. Well, it had gapped up quite a bit more. It was up to 1761. It has dropped $1.60. Some of these China stocks are definitely in play. I saw there are a few of them. HUYA, Tiger, TIGR, this one. IBIO, another gap up on, and it is a virus play. Yes, of course, it's a virus play. JMIA is on the comeback trail, at least it was. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. JMIA on the comeback trail. Remember, this was the super high flyer until, I guess that would have been Tuesday. So Tuesday hit a high, 2402, then it fell back. But it's been holding this area, and now it looks like it's trying to, get back close to, well, I'm not saying it's going to get close to 25, but at least it's starting to fill in this gap again. JMIA. TRVN. So they got an FDA approval for their drug. I don't know what sort of market there is for it, but that appears to be the news for TRVN. CNDT. Gapped up. I don't see any specific news on it. It may just be continuation. Had earnings last week, August 6th, after hours. Maybe just a continuation play, holding the 200-day moving average. Yeah, well, how is it? I don't gamble on earnings, so it's really a little bit of volume, down a little bit. I just don't gamble on earnings, PSTV. Sorrento is still, at least it was, it's above the high of Friday, so this is a virus play, of course. Eaton, ETON. I'm not sure I've seen this one too often, but this is an interesting one. Eaton, look at the volume. Low float, 14 million in the float. Something to do with an NDA, non-disclosure, or new drug application, and Bausch, BHC. So there's ETON, low float, big gap up, has room. KZIA. All right, so this had the big gap up on Friday, but it, all the way up to 822, but it's sold off to 638, and now it is continuing its sell-off. KZIA. CBAY. I think this is just kind of a continuation play. Still a lot of room for CBAY. It has, actually, they have earnings after hours, CBAY. Yeah, a little pop for OCGN. Again, wake me when it's over $1. but there is a lot of volume coming in, OCGN. WIMI, well, it's pulled back quite a bit. It was up to 1073. Don't know if there's any specific, okay, established a subsidiary to accelerate development of its holographic vision, etc., etc. Okay, so they had, for what it's worth, they did have some news this morning. I'm going to put an alert at 1021, see if it takes out that area right there. Keep an eye on VXRT, another virus play. It was flirting with 10. It was just a little bit over 10. It is pulled back. Guys, this could be, what a nice continuation play so far. CELH, had earnings on the 6th and has continued. It had a bit of a sell-off from the highs on Friday, but it is now above Friday's high. Okay, it's above Friday's high by a few pennies. CELH, not very much volume yet. Low float, 25 million in the float. It's a lot of stocks to get to, man. The trade of the week, if you didn't get the email, the trade of the week is FireEye, F-E-Y-E. If you didn't get the email, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're not getting it, but anyway, the trade of the week is F-E-Y-E. 2 triggers for it. So the first trigger is 1580. Okay, so it is live when the market opens. I know it hit 1580 pre-market, but this is only during market hours, so it would be considered live if it hits 1580. Looks like it could do it quite easily. Or a pullback to the 10-day SMA, which is about 1510. Okay, so there are 2 potential entries. All right, I'll do it. All right, there you have it. There is so much happening. LORL, guys. I have my eye on this one. LORL. Okay. Well, I had my eye on it because I wanted to see if it could take out this area right there. It did, but it is. See, there was the high right there that I was waiting to see if it broke. It did briefly, but it is pulled back. There's no volume yet. MOXC, yeah, it is now showing up here. MOXC, and actually a red bar ignored. MOXC, there's a red bar ignored, pre-market red bar ignored action for MOXC. Excuse me, low float situation. Man, lots and lots of action. Just trying to see some other notes I've got here. Okay, and the RKT, which I still have some. Right around here, 2140, still have some. If you're in last week, you know that I actually swung this one from Thursday to Friday, sold some pre-market Friday, and then when the market opened, up at 26 something, 2640, should put the mark here. Anyway, RKT still looks interesting, down a little bit, lots of volume. This is an IPO, of course, on Thursday. All right, let me just take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. incredible amount of gap up in my gap uppers. Oh man, look at all these. These are all different stocks compared to the gap downs. And all this is available from the scan section. All right, not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Let me get them in right now. Pins, I saw pins. Pins is an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. It's almost at an all-time high. MGM is just ripping. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades. And that MOXE continues here. MOXE continues. So the next high looking left on that weekly chart is around 260. That's still far enough away. I don't know what the news is on this, but signs a letter of intent to BTAG Group. All right, keep an eye on play. It says LT. That was for long term. That was something I've just been keeping an eye on. You can see why. Look at play, guys. If it ever can really break out of here, and these are longer term plays. Yeah, I did not exit. This is my simulator. Okay. Yeah, the WBT still looks good. There's no volume yet. Just have to wait for it to wait for the volume to kick in if it does, but I mean, it still has a lot of room, yes. Scans, they start at 7 in the morning. Actually, the top list, you can start seeing top list date at 6:45 Eastern Time, AM, of course. Everything else starts, like the charts, start at 7 a.m. But the top lists and and the alerts will start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Basically going 7 to 7, 7 p.m. at night. All right, let me get the downgrades in. So much happening. I haven't even mentioned Riot or Mara. Keep an eye on QTWO. I'm looking at a couple of downgrades for QTWO. See what it's doing right now. QTWO. An expensive one, but a couple of downgrades for this one if you're into the more expensive ones. Look at NKLA. Man, oh man, I'm sure a lot of people, well, this is a tremendous rebound, guys. Right off that low, that's not that long ago. That's on the 30th. And really the 31st, really. Around $30 for NKLA. And look at the rebound. Yeah, meanwhile, MCRB, again, is not a virus play. Not sure what drug they... All right, you can try here, Brian. I don't know how to help you. I don't know why. I think you had problems on Friday too. I have no idea why you're having a difficult time getting into the other trading room, but you can start a live chat with them. Well, I mean, we talked about this on Friday. I mean, yeah, if you look at the weekly chart, it has room. There's no volume yet, so we don't know what's going to happen today. I mean, just have to wait, see what happens. I mean, wait for the market to open, see if it can hold this and then start to move. True, coming in here also. Ton of gaps, gap ups. Well, it's coming right into that 200-day, or it's a little bit above it. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average, MGM, and then the next level would be 2390 if it can keep going. But yeah, I mean, this is really, I don't know what the news is other than maybe just casinos. Surges after IAC takes 12% stake in a bet on online gaming. Welcomes IAC as a significant investor. Okay. So that is, there's actually is news. Whew, well, I better get rid of these two. And quickly, forgot to even talk about my watch list, which was really good last week. If you want to access my watch list, then click on New from the channel bar. New from the toolbar, and then New, and then Channel bar, and then from the channel bar, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in a channel bar is a layout. So save your layout to the cloud first before you load anything, including my watch list. You can only have one watch list or one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced. And also, I have a new symbol list name for this week. It is Augustus. Augustus. There is a new symbol list name this week. So if you save my windows from last week in your layout, you'll have to do it again. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. The AI, nothing will happen in the AI window until at least 9:35. Just one moment, please. Pitney Bowes continues its little climb here. Not little climb, I mean, this is what an amazing week it had last week. July 30th was earnings, and it kind of got it going. I think it was after hours. No, I'm wrong. It was pre-market. So, but then the next day, and then look at this, through that 200-day moving average, and it has just continued higher and higher every day. Had a pullback on that day, but pretty consistent, little topping tail. So, you know, meaning that the stock closed near the high of the day every day. You would think that there's a lot of resistance right around 727 or so for PBI. Looking at that monthly chart, right around that area. But on the other hand, you would have thought maybe there'd be some resistance here and here and here. So Are we open? Sorry about that, guys. Let's have a great start to our trading week. Got me by surprise. Such an active pre-market. So usually I sit out the first 15 minutes anyway, just to let things kind of settle down. All right, well, you can see MGM now down below quickly, that 200-day moving average. Let's see if it regains it or if it stalls, and then like Real was talking about, maybe a fade. It's early though. You know, definitely keep an eye on this WBT, guys. Let's see how well it holds right here. Obviously, there's no volume yet. It's a huge float. Meanwhile, MCRB it is shortable for me. Avaya, look at Avaya. I had this scroll down somewhere. There was just so many. Avaya, look at the volume that has come into Avaya. It's an earnings play, August 10th. Yeah, it is an earnings play. And boy, this has room, guys. I mean, just keep an eye on this. It's over that whole number so far. See how well it holds this whole number, because if it does, then you look left on that monthly chart as you know, a ton of room, $3 up to the next levels of resistance for Avaya, AVYA. All right, just when you thought it's all over for Kodak. All right, KODK, a little bit of a pop here. Look at the volume that is coming into Kodak, KODK. I mean, it's still down 38 cents. And Eno, one of the high-flying, wow, look at this one, high-flying virus play. Look at this one collapsing right now. Mentioned play, guys. It just took off. Mentioned play. I said to watch this one to see if it took out this area 14. There is the nice volume coming into play. It's not a super low float, not a high float. Meanwhile, Avaya. I was hoping it would rest just a little bit here around 16. I'm not going to get my wish here for Avaya. It looks like, well, I'm going to wait and see if it can pull back close to 16. So look at the gap here now for play. I mean, can you see on the daily chart, I was taking all this out. So now it has a chance to start filling in this gap. And there's American Airlines. Look at American Airlines. Look at the volume coming into American Airlines on a pop. So my guess is, let's take a look at SAVE. Yeah, they're all popping. Probably UAL. I can just look in the competitors. Yeah, they're all popping. How about, of course, Delta? They're all popping. Even Macy's is popping. Well, this is interesting, guys. I mean, look at all these huge candles here. Big wide candles and in diverse sectors. I mean, Macy's, of course, retail. We were just talking about the airlines. My guess is that CCL is probably, yeah, they're all these. Looks like it's a whole market popping. Look at NKLA, guys. What a what a surge here. Even a red bar ignored. All right, so MGM right back up over the 200-day moving average again. Keep an eye on well-built WBT, trying to hold his 750 mark. And CLSK, it's on my watch list, I believe. Yeah, it's just nothing will show up here until 15 minutes into the market, at least. Look at CLSK continues. Look at this move. Really had out earnings August 4th. I kind of got it. Well, it was going before then. Yeah, so all renewable energy, EV. And now we have a halt for light in the box, LITB. A halt for it. Look at this. Look at the volume that came in. Eaton, I mentioned in the pre-market. Eaton, this is a high now for it. Pre-market highs around 840. Something to do with a new drug application, but also Bausch BHC seems to be RETA, R-E-T-A. This just got halted also. I'm sorry, just resumed. Just resumed, RETA. Just resumed. Eaton on the move here, guys. Eaton, E-T-O-N. SunPower had earnings, I think, yeah, had earnings on the 5th. Kind of a muted reaction, but now starting to move. SPWR, look at the volume that came in. I wonder why. 10 tries to get into the room. I wonder why. Okay, just waiting on this WBT to see if it takes out 50 again. If not, 750 again. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to, what I should do is just put an alert up here. Because the market is putting in a nice move and it's just not following. Yet anyway, yet. Oh, okay. You know what was, then that's an issue with our website. Okay, that was an issue with the website. Okay, now, so this is another one that is high flyer, TRVN, giving it up. Not shortable for me. Mosaic, this is one that had earnings on the 3rd and is basically continued. Another one, how's SE or CELH doing? Okay, did not hold the gap. Went in a big way, actually giving up a couple of dollars. Boy, keep an eye on Tenneco here, TEN. Definitely keep an eye on this one. Look at this. It's through the 200-day moving average, okay? It's over the whole number. Look left, and it does have room. Sorry, so look left, sorry, the 10, TEN, look left. I mean, it's got room. And look at the volume that came into it. Shoot, it's running away from me. Okay, guys, the WBT is trying to hold that 750. Let's see if it can really base there and move. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Boy, Kodak is really trying to climb back. This might get over 10. IBIO continues down. Real was talking about that one as a potential fade. I just don't like to take them early. Boy, this is going to be such a rumor stock. Of course, it was a rumor stock to begin with. I'm talking about Kodak. You know, stock plummets after a report that the government loan is being withheld. And what if they kiss and make up? You know, then all bets are off. SRG. Oh, look at this one. SRG. So look at the daily. So it's above Friday's high. Relatively low float, 34 million in the float. Okay, guys, WBT looks like it might be going now. So another one of the gamers, MLCO, WBT on the move now, guys. So another one of the gamers, how's MGM doing? Did it get back to that 200-day, 2285? So it's been kind of choppy. Got up there, moved down, got right back up over 23, back down again. Boy, KODK, whoa. Yeah, MB, the AI alerts have nothing to do with small caps, large caps, medium caps. Okay? I think you might be asking the wrong question. You know, the AI has a bunch of strategies that have been optimized today. If one of them happens to be a small cap, then so be it. But otherwise, you just have to wait for the alerts to happen. If you're looking for low caps, then you have to create another. I mean, I have something I can give to you, but you have to create an alert window yourself if you just want to zero in on small caps, low floats. This basic new highs is kind of like that. Does that make sense? All right, there's ADMS 427. I want to try to pay a little more attention to my watch list. Look at KODK. Holy smokes. What a it's almost as if, okay, we're really upset with you for the insider trading violation that may have taken place, but okay, your loan is back on. And now it is halted. KODK is now halted. Boy, guys, what an area for SVM to try to get through. If it gets through 8, there's a red bar ignored right there, SVM on the 5-minute chart. If it takes out 806, right in this area here, and it has room, lots of room. I mean, I'm going back to 2014 here. There's no resistance really for SVM. HCAC on the way down. Oh, this is one of those SPACs, guys. One of the SPACs. It is on the way down. HCAC. Keep an eye on SVM, guys. Takes out that 8 right there. There's the high looking left on that weekly chart a couple of weeks ago. The high was 804. I guess, how is silver doing just in general? Yeah, look at, this was the trade. How is the trade of the week doing? I haven't even checked. Yeah, a little bit of a trigger here. So did hit, so, okay, so this, no, you don't have to take it. You know, if you read the email, the preferred entry was to pull back to the 10 SMA on the daily chart. That was the preferred entry, but it did trigger at 1580. You know, it's a massive sell-off. I mean, it's hard. I mean, thoughts? Only thoughts are, I mean, maybe if this holds, but I mean, that's a big sell-off. That's a big topping tail that, that does not augur well if you want to get long. I mean, that's a big, big topping tail, big sell-off, and it's a red candle now, so this is shortable actually. Well, Vivo is interesting. I mean, this is a potential short play. Vivo, it's below, of course, Friday's low, below that whole number. Vivo. I would think that, and it's a little bit below the what I would have considered maybe a little bit of support. So this has room. VIVO. Another one of the flyers in the morning, JMI. Wow, look at this, giving it up. I mean, this was as high as 2163, 1823, $3. Well, I know William wants to short this ADMS, but this is looking not bad, guys. The longer it holds this area, I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average again. And all I'm looking at is looking left on that weekly chart has a ton of room. You already shorted it? Well, I'm going to have to maybe go against you. Oh, and you covered? Okay. Meanwhile, PVAC. Oh, this is another interesting one. Now, what's this? 1526 is the 200-day moving average. That is far enough away. Look at the room it's got, guys. PVAC, PVAC, over the whole number, and now starting to move. And decent volume, low float, 15 million in the float, almost 500,000 shares traded already. It is working, yeah, Cosmin. I know some people were saying, I think that's our website. Yeah, there is an issue, it seems. I don't know if you got into the trading room early. I can see already, yeah, we're down a lot of people. It appears, let me see what happens when I try. Yeah, 500 internal error. Yeah, there is an issue. Sorry, guys, I don't know what to say. I know we're in the process of changing our website this week, and something might have got corrupted. Yeah, sorry. I do apologize. Nothing I can do about it. They know. The powers that be do know. All right, guys, ADMS on the move here. I'm glad you're out of the short. Keep an eye on this PVAC, guys. I mean, the longer it holds over 13, it has room looking left. I mean, the next high looking left on that weekly chart is way up here, 1550. Okay, now the silver core SVM is over 8 now, guys. Over that area. Now, it has really no resistance, SVM. Well, yeah, probably should be. See, there's so much going on. Yeah, I mean, if it has to get over 16 again. Mentioned SRG just a little while ago. Look at that, way up here, the 200-day moving average. Ah, look at Vivo, guys. 1898, 1868. Now, this was shortable. Ah, all I can do is point out the opportunities. I mean, look at the PVAC, PVAC. I'm still dealing with the 500 server error getting into the trading room. In contact with tech. Okay, so this actually popped up. So after the drop for MRCB, that was a pretty big drop. Now it's popping up. It is halted. WBT is holding. I'm just really hoping it gets into, say, the high, close to 8 anyway. Sugar. That's all I can say for the PVAC. Doyu, another one that was high flying pre-market. Look at this, 1754. Dropped $3 now, DOYU. And the low of Friday was 1451, so it's right there. Gives that up. It's got a lot of room underneath for DOYU. Easy come, easy go. There's the MOXC up to 240, almost a dollar drop for a $3 stock. Meanwhile, this SRG continues to surge here, guys. SRG. This is probably one of these companies that leases space in malls. Is that correct? All right, CNDT, which was up to 450 in the pre-market, fell down underneath 4, has come all the way back. Almost got right down to the 200-day moving average on that pullback, the 393. There's the 200-day, 379. So nice call reel, as always, yes. I don't know where we get our data from. I mean, I don't know the specific company, Ali. Okay, ICICI Bank, IBN. This is, well, I mean, it obviously trades somewhere else. Yeah, it's in Mumbai, India, so it's an India stock. I mean, it has room to 1060 or so on the daily chart, IBN. There's another one, SNCR. SNCR on the move, volume coming in. The only issue is that 200-day moving average is kind of getting close. It's at, what, 406? It's a little bit close. MCRB did open. Wow, I mean, this really has room still. This is a... Well, you can ask me, Ali, if I can answer. I will help you. If not, I'll direct you to tech support, okay? A lot of times, the only thing I can say is that when you get the filter, so for instance, I don't know what filter you're talking about, but if you do this, configure, so if you right-click on the alert window, then configure, search. Now type your filter in. Let's just say it was RSI as an example. So, and then highlight the filter, and then you see where it says help. Yeah, so I think you've asked that, somebody's asked that question. This is the best I can do for relative volume. Okay, that is the technical answer, okay? All right, guys, DSKE. When did it have earnings? On the 6th, so this is a continuation on earnings. I am in this one. So as long as it holds 6, it has room. Let's see, you look left on that monthly chart, 638 is the high looking left on the monthly chart. I'll just get this in here. Again, this is from my watch list. Well, guys, SVM is continuing here on that 8 break. Again, all sorts of room looking left. Dropbox, DB, wow, Dropbox is sinking here. Had earnings on the 6th. Look at Dropbox through the 200-day moving average, guys. 972. 976 is the 200-day moving average. Look at Dropbox, DBX. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I want to see this get into maybe the mid-20s at least for DSKE. Yeah, what was the trigger? It was 73 something, right? 7306 or so? When I say 20, I'm not talking $20. Talking like, to me, these are, you've got to be nimble on these little ones. I'm not in the SVM. Ooh. Looks like it just wants to. I mean, look at that break here. Where are they out of? Oh, that's right. They're my hometown, Vancouver. Yeah, I do apologize for the difficulty getting into the trading room this morning. I know we're looking to change our website over this week. It's going to have a new look and all that, and I think one of the links must have got broken. It's okay for me this morning, and for most people, I guess, but later on, you're getting that 500 error. All right, guys. So I took like a minor profit on the DSKE. I was hoping to get around 625, 627 out of it. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if it can get back up to say 619. I might take the trade again, but I'm out of it. Hello, Mylan. How to see market cap and float? Well, those are filters. You can add them. You can add them as columns, but we have those are filters. If you right click on an alert window or a top list window and then do search and just type in market cap as an example. Okay, there it is. There's the market cap right there. So you could add it as a column, or you could add it as a filter, add it as a filter if you wanted to have a minimum. And the same thing with the float. There's the float. There is a float information. Again, you can add it as a filter or show as a column. If you're new to Trade Ideas, what I suggest you do also, if you haven't done this, these are two very good links. Another continuation, another halt for MCRB. And now just resumed. Okay, there's DSK right back up. Maybe I'll get back in. How to do it? Well, I can show you how to do it. After that, it's up to you. I mean, seriously, there's a lot to it. It's an advanced topic, but you have to have an alert window, and then you right click and you back test. Okay, and then this is just information that you know, trial and error. You know, just take a look at the tabs and well, there's just too many options available. I mean, the best thing to do is create an alert strategy, okay, and just start off, back test it, simulate the buy or simulate the sell, back test it and see what happens, and then you can start playing around with the, you know, the optimization. Once you've done it, you'll see. I'd help you, except I just don't use it anymore. No time. All right, well, I'm back in it. Let's see if it can. Now it's kind of doing what I was hoping it would do before I got out, but let's see. I'm back in the DSK 619. No, they don't have it. If you do a search, and you try to search, here's the volume we have. Not 30 day. We have 5 day, 10 day, and 3 months. Okay. Well, I think I'd like to be in it a lot earlier, Brian. On that 8 break. At this point, I mean, there's no resistance for it. Wow, look at gold. So we've got the gold. Let me just see what gold and silver are actually doing. So there's silver, and what is gold doing? So these, look at gold and silver, because all the, except for tech, interesting, tech is a little disconnect. Wow. What a run on this one, on that 5 minute and the 15. And there is probably, let's see, the next high looking left is way back in, that's 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it hit, looks like 565 for GSS. All right, ITCI on the way down here. This is actually an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. ITCI is an earnings play. Gapping down through the 200-day moving average. Next support area, maybe on that weekly chart, right around 1660 or so. So there's a couple of dollars underneath. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least, there's no chart support for a couple of dollars away for ITCI, and it's an earnings play. Meanwhile, GoGo is going. It had a interesting trading day so far. Big pop in the pre-market, then the drop ahead before the market opened. Big drop before the market opened. Very choppy, and now look at it. GoGo. Nice to see a non-virus play, bio, getting action like this. All right, Canopy CGC is an earnings play. It is just at the high of the day. CGC right at the high of the day. Well-built is just trying to keep inching up. WBT. I just can't pay enough attention to these. ARNC 2154, 2182 now through the 200-day moving average. ARNC. So this one actually didn't do very much. It pulled back. This one is still kind of chopping around here. And ADMS is still looking relatively strong. Still has a ton of room looking left for ADMS. Vivo from 1898 down to 1842. I don't think Doyu continued on 1451. Not yet anyway. What I'm going to do is stick an alert down here, see if it takes it out later on. Wow, look at this XTNT. Look at the room it's got. Low float situation, 12.2 million in the float. Look at the volume, 193 times normal. I don't know if it's a virus play. It announces debt restructuring. So that's their news. They've announced debt restructuring. Okay, finally, a little crack into the 70s now for Welbilt, WBT. Acre on the move here. I'm trying to figure out why it's not showing up here. Or did it? Oh, there it is. It showed it. All right, guys, I think we're getting a little winner on our hands here. If you're in this one, just be aware of that 8 for WBT. 140 million in the float. So, I mean, it's going to take a lot to keep moving it. You know what, Arman? I'm not promoting anything. All right, so I'm sorry you lost $4,000. Doesn't sound like you had a stop in place, but I'm not promoting anything. KODK continues here, another new high. Wow. Somebody called it nicely at the 30 level. Oh, don't worry. I've got a thick skin. That's okay. guys know me well enough. I don't promote anything. I'm pointing at opportunities. If it meets your trading plan, then you can take it. Okay, just kind of watching. Well, a stock that has WBT has 140 million in the float. Okay, so this is not a low, it's a cheap stock, but it's got a lot of shares in the float, 140 million. So, unless I don't know if it has any specific news other than traders are looking at the potential gap fill. I don't know if it has any specific news today. As opposed to, the low floaters, which of course, if they're in play, can really zip around. But 140 million is a big, big float for a $7 stock. So that's what I'm saying. It'll take a lot in terms of volume. Volume isn't that great. It just happens to be moving. Meanwhile, I mentioned this one a little earlier. ITCI continues down here. Well, this is, this is acting like the government is saying, okay, you're back in the good books. True, but this is a sort of a continuation, Doc. I mean, the earnings on August 4th. So it is, I mean, you're right. This is what got it going. Well, yeah, we know that Kodak's being investigated, that the loan is in question, but with the way it's trading, all right, guys. So obviously this is just too choppy for me. The DSKE took a little loss on this the second time in. Just a little too choppy. I will one more attempt. Maybe at 622 later on. It's not really a low float. 41 million in the float. Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to say lost it. I would say that it's in jeopardy. Look at this CLSK 1180. It was chopped around a little bit. Now over 12 from my watch list, 1180. Just watching some of the AI alerts, nothing is really catching my eye. There are only a couple in the price range I like to trade. So there is a short, but it's too close to the whole number right now for me. So yes, let's take a look at FireEye. So the next high looking left is 1630 on that daily chart. What you're kind of banking on, I mean, it had earnings July the 28th. It popped up. It's been kind of settling around that area. And if you read the email, they may benefit from this TikTok news that's out there. Okay, one moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm now back. Heck of a short here, guys, on that Vivo. And the ADMS, I don't know if you're still short this one, William. So when you asked me to take a look at it, okay, guys, again, closer and closer to this 8 level for WBT, turning into a nice little trade. Maybe the swing too. I mean, PVAC has room. I already talked about it. It has room. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. So in theory, it has room to 1525. That's the next high looking left. It had a little pullback. I mean, I wish, I started talking about it right here. Obviously, I wish I were in it around here. But if you're asking me, should you get in it right now? I mean, I can't make calls like that, okay? But the best thing that can happen is it could rest a little bit and then start another move up. So we have this little disconnect going here that we haven't had very often. Usually, tech has been leading the way. And look at this, the SPY is almost pre-pandemic. 339. I'm just going to stick my alert right there. Meanwhile, XTNT continues to move on this debt refinancing. XTNT. $10:30. Thank you. What a morning. Okay. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Just a second, please. Okay, so yes, the room is open from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Hello, puppy. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. A lot of different, two ways to get them. You can click on the Scans tab right here. You'll see all the scans that I am sharing. Or you can click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. That will take you to a Word document. And you'll see all the cloud links are there. All you have to do is copy the link. And then File, Load from Cloud. And when you've copied it, it should appear right in here in that box. If for some reason it doesn't, just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. And as always, with all of my scans, I mean, this is how I like to see the stocks, you know, or my ideas, if you will. So if you download it, and you right-click Configure, click on the summary, and you'll see the filters that I am using. Now, you may have a different idea. You may want a different price range. You know, I'm looking at 1 to 20. You may want a different minimum volume. So, of course, it's up to you. You want to make the changes, go right ahead. Or you can keep it just as I've got them. If you do make the changes, make sure once you make the changes, just click OK. And then, as always, save the individual windows to the cloud. Again, if you make any changes, once you've done it, right-click, Save or Share to Cloud, Save. So now it's in your cloud. So you don't have to worry about because I get a lot of times people say to me, I downloaded something and I forgot to save it. I'm going to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. Just a minute, please, guys. I'm just having a conversation with tech. Guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit here. I'm just trying to see if we can get the bottom of this issue about logging into the website. So just give me a moment here. Okay, so I do see now, if you're in the YouTube feed and you want to get into the other trading room, you can. I don't see the 500 error right now. All right, let's talk a little bit about our subscriptions. Thank you, Apex Trader. All right, so there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha. Look at XTNT ripping, guys, just on that debt refinancing. Mentioned this one, I don't know, 40 cents ago. So there is a promo code you can use, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Barry Fort Alpha is the promo code. Click on the link. We have 4 plans. We have a premium yearly at $22.68 a year minus the 15%. We have the standard yearly at $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Why would you be getting premium? It's because if you're getting premium, it's because you want to see our AI in action, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to start off, of course, with an annual plan. Even a premium plan can try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 a month, less that 15%. Or the premium, $228, less the 15%. Remember, the discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade at any point, we will honor the 15%. Now I want to talk about some of our links. All these links are available as a download also to your Word document or a Word document. So I've already talked about our subscription. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week is FireEye, and it has triggered. The trigger, I believe, was 1580. So, you manage it the way you want to. I mean, these are meant for longer term holds, but if you have the email, you'll see how it was laid out. And the stop is basically a break of the 10 SMA on the daily chart. Brokerage Plus. I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus a little bit later, but if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account using Brokerage Plus, this is the video. You have to watch this video, Brokerage Plus intro. I do a daily video between 1:05 and 1:20 every day. I'm going to go over these, I want to have these 2 links here, the 20 short lessons and TI training. Very good links. All right, so let's take a look at the 20 short lessons. And also, let me just do something here. All right, so here are the 20 short lessons. So you click on that link. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I absolutely recommend that you take the time to read these, okay? Basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? How to create a top list? What is an alert window? Etc., etc., okay? So, take the time to read these. And then the other one, the training link. It also has that 20 lessons in 20 days link. TI University, a lot of great videos here. And then this is a very cool one, a video series if you're brand new to trading. Absolutely brand new. What is a chart? What is a candlestick? It's a great little series, okay? Back to basics. We have 4 webinars a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived, all free. Everything you see here, the back to basics, all these videos, the 20 short lessons. I mean, this is even good if you're not a subscriber, so you can see what some of the standard basic features are with Trade Ideas. Now I want to talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus. One day I'll be able to take one of Real's, you're talking about up here, 25. Yeah, what a great drop. Obviously you've shorted it. All right, so this is what our AI is all about. Okay, so this is what the AI is all about. This is not one of the AI strategies, but there are 50, what we call 50 baseline strategies. AI waits for the market to close, so it has access to the latest market data, and then gets to work on what we call our optimization procedure routine. And it works kind of like this. The AI strategies have a lot more filters in place. So the AI takes a look at some of maybe the values. You know, right here I've got stocks between 1 and 20, maybe makes a change, runs the back tester, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Painstaking to do even just for one strategy. Obviously impossible to do for 50 unless you're a computer, and that's what the AI is. So the AI runs through this routine. At the end of the routine, and that's what the AI did on Friday afternoon once the market had closed. And these were the strategies that made the cut. Okay, why did they make the cut? They had the proper win percentage, profit factor combination. That's why they made the cut. Tomorrow, we don't know which strategies will make the cut because, again, it'll look at today's data. If you have the AI, then this is my recommendation. You load it from the toolbar, new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is your window that'll pop up. Okay, that's the AI window. You just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, when they happen, it's a real-time alert. So there, that would be that is what the entry price signifies. And then you also have a stop price. And it's up to you to manage the trades. Look at X, incredible, just on debt refinancing. The low float. Look at the volume that came in right here, guys. Look at the volume. Almost, it's going to be 5 million shares right on that candle. So people ask me all the time, is there a video on how to use the AI? The AI can be used in many, many different ways. You know, I mean, I use it as a great watch list and also, you know, but I also like a certain price range, and then that's just me. Some people may take the entries right off the bat and then manage the exits. That's, you know, you don't have to take the entries right off the bat. You can kind of watch the way it trades a little bit. You know, I don't think, you know, a lot of people get upset about, wow, I mean, I see the alert and it's already 5 cents away. Well, they're not meant to be scalped. So, I mean, 5 cents shouldn't be the end of the world. But it's really up to you how you use the AI. Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To access the Brokerage Plus window, again from our toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus. Now this is only available in the download version. It's not available in the web-based version. So again, click on New, Brokerage Plus. There it is. So you can use it in one of two ways. As I said earlier, if you do have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this Brokerage Plus to trade your Interactive Brokers account. It's the only brokerage account that works with it right now, okay? Yes, we're trying to add some more, the E-Trades, etc. I don't know when it's going to happen. Well, that's the major difference. You see, that's the major difference between the standard version and our premium service is having access to the AI. Okay, that's the major difference. There are some other differences, but that's the, if you're getting our premium service, it's because you want to have access to the AI. Okay? So, if you wanted to trade your Interactive Brokers account, then you just connect. And again, you have to watch that video. The Brokerage Plus intro video covers virtually everything you have to know. What I put it on though is in simulation mode. If you are paper trading mode, simulation mode, if you are new to trade, if you're new to the market, not just new to trade ideas, if you're new to the market, please, before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. And this is a wonderful simulator that we have. It uses our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage account you have, who is your provider. It doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data. You notice right there, you can use it as, as swing trading. I took this position on Friday, kept it over the weekend. So this is like a swing trading. If you don't get out of your position at the end of the day, then it'll be considered a swing trade. And this is how it's very easy to take a trade. Notice when I click on an alert, so I just click on GELD, the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm shorting, I sell, and if I'm going long, I buy. Let's just take, just to show you how you can do it. I'll take a couple hundred shares, and I'll actually take it at the market. The spread isn't terrible, so I'll take it at the market. Sure, I've connected, yep. So it just took the trade, 25.16, all right? So at this point, now you should always have your stop, of course, ahead of time. I'm just kind of doing it backwards, but just wanted to show you how you can add your stop. So if I look at the 5-minute chart, this would look like an pretty good area for a stop. Looks like there's decent support right there. So I mean, if it broke down through there, you should probably be out of the trade. So 24.84. So I can just right click on it, add the stop order. Add the stop order, there we go. 24.85. You will see that it'll appear right on the chart. Okay, there it is, right on the chart. So if I allowed the trade to go down to 24.85, it would take me out for a $61 loss in simulation mode. Okay, I mean, obviously you could do exactly the same thing if you had an IB account, Interactive Brokers account. I'm just talking about, I'm connected to the simulator. I can put a target if I want. Right click, add a target order. Just put 25.50. And you'll see that it'll appear on the chart. It will appear on the chart. There we go. So on the daily chart, you can see it right there. So this is sort of a bracketed. If it gets down to 24.85, I would lose $61. If it got up to 25.50, I would make $69. Now, you can always move these lines up and down wherever you want. So you could use this stop as a trailing stop. The trade starts working well. You can just start moving the line up to a different area on the chart where it makes sense. Also, I mean, if it starts approaching that target, you can move the target up. Or if it seems to be stalling just under the target, you could move it down. And it automatically would take you out of the trade just by moving the lines. You don't have to do it that way, of course. You can do it right here. If I wanted to flatten the trade, get out of the trade, I would just flatten it. I could get out of half the trade. I could double. Look at the SPY is right. Whoops. I could double the trade, or I'm not going to talk about reverse too much, especially if you're new. Or, of course, I could just do it very manually. If I wanted to sell 50 shares, I could just, put 50 shares in there. Pick a price I want to get out at, sell it. All right, so this is a great, great way to practice trading. So Amy, there's only, if you wanted to turn them all off, if you don't want to hear sound alerts at all, then this is a toggle in the toolbar. Right between account and idea surfing, this is a sound icon is a toggle. You can toggle it on and off. When the diagonal goes through it, it's off. All your sound alerts will disappear. If you want to find out the individual window that's giving you, there's only one way you can do it. You have to look at the window, alert, right click, properties, actions, and then you'll see the sound right there. And if you don't like it anymore, you can just uncheck play sound. More than likely you got them from me. Yeah, so the surfing button, what it'll do, I don't use it that often, but what it does do, it'll look at all your top list windows, as many as you have, and it'll cycle through the top 3 as you have them sorted. So for instance, I've got, here's a top list window. So there it goes. So there it's on KRE. You see what's happened? It's on KRE, and now it'll go to XLE, and see how it's loading the charts? It's loading the chart. It'll then go to KBE. Okay, and now it's done with this top list window, and it'll go to the next one. And again, the top 3 as you have them sorted, and it'll load the charts. It'll keep doing that over and over and over again. You can stop it, pause it by going to a chart. Just pausing it. You see how it's paused now? If you look up here, see it says surfing. Now it says paused. Or when you click on an alert, it'll stop. Or you could this is just a toggle on and off also. So the idea is you can kind of kick back and let the system load stocks for you. And if you see something you like, you can just, again, pause it, take a look at it. Maybe you want to trade it. Oh man, guys, WBT is turning into a nice little winner for us. Even late from here, 769, not bad, but of course earlier was better. I kept talking about that 750 area. Can it hold it? Can it hold it? So let's just now put an alert at 790. That would be a big check mark, right? Remember, okay, the SRNE, which all right, this one is giving me fits. DSKE, it's giving me fits. I'm not sure I want to take it again, but let's just see if it takes out that high. I mean, it still has room. Look at the room it's got. You know what? The WBT even has right now, a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Maybe not a classic one. What's the high right there? The high is 780. The high right there is 780. So that red bar is not totally engulfed by that previous green candle, but it's close enough. So what's the red bar ignored? Kind of a trend up, a pause, and then the trend continues. Well, yeah, okay. It could have bought 100,000 shares. Well, here's another one, UBX. Look at another one, UBX. It's a low float, 25 million in the float. Has room 16. Again, when I say that, I don't mean, I have no idea, where it's going from here. I mean, obviously it's looking good. Paused, little pop. When I say it has room, I just mean that there's no chart resistance. Many other reasons why it won't keep going up, or there could be many other reasons, but at least all we're trying to do here is take chart resistance out of the equation. Look at that X, and there's a red bar ignored even. And don't think I've got shorts available for it. Yeah, there are no shorts for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. I think I'll leave it here. 45. I think I'll leave it here. Yeah, there are more alerts for sure. Brian, the login issues, if you were getting that 500 server error earlier, then that is cleared up. If you're having other login issues, again, I think you just have to go to the homepage. No point talking to me. I can't help you. I won't, it's not a matter of my being able to say, well, just do this and that. But the 500 error seems to be cleared up now. I'm assuming so, Kang. If you're talking about the 500 error that we had earlier. It appears to be cleared up now. I mean, I can't guarantee that when you try to get back in that it won't be there, but I think it's okay now. What a Monday morning. I mean, we always think maybe Monday mornings are going to be sleepy. Okay, so Brian, I honestly can't help you. You're going to have to go to the homepage and somebody's going to have to try to help you. I can't help you. Sorry. There's nothing. When I go to the login, I see to put your email in and a password, and that's the extent of my knowledge of getting into the trading room. Well, it seems like years ago I took this. This is what I took on the pre-market. I swear it was about a 20-second trade. 346 to 450 in and out so quickly. This alert happened at right around 8 o'clock. Yeah, look at the SPY. Wow, this is interesting. So the Dow's up. Tech is giving it up. So what's propping the Dow up? What's the big name there that's propping it up? Just a moment, please. But can't you type in a question? I thought you could type in a question. I know there's some automatic answers, but to frequently asked questions, but can you not type in a question? Okay, so Doyu, why did I have this one? Doyu, I had... Okay, so Doyu just took out the low now. Doyu, D-O-Y-U, is an earnings play. Oh man, DOYU. So there was the alert 1451 on the way down. Shoot, I think I've missed the entry I wanted. Okay, so now fibs and retracements and now standard deviation. All right, keep an eye on Tapestry, TPR, the old coach. I mean, it has room, TPR. Let's see if it's just kind of resting here. There was the alert at 1530. August 13th pre-market, so it has earnings coming up this week. So I just flattened those two trades. Meanwhile, Acer continues down here after a little pull up. Acer, ACER. Well, this has a little bit of room down here. Maybe. Oh, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down here, but four probably will prop it up. I did not get back into the DSKE. Let's see if it takes this out again at 629 area. All right, Cala. Cala is an earnings play, actually. So it has gone positive, just mildly positive here, C-A-L-A. Meanwhile, my favorite whipping boy here, the CGC, I just don't like these cannabis plays. Just cannot sustain, it seems. So, I mean, it's still up 7%. It's an earnings play. What's Tilray doing? Tilray has earnings after hours today. I'm not aware of it, Calvin. Maybe you just do the old info. Did I say that? Info at trade-ideas.com. I don't know of an issue. I haven't seen it in the releases. So I'm just looking here, a total P&L. I don't think it doubled it when it closed. Just did it here. I don't think it doubled. No, that's right. Entry at 738, got out at 777. 500 shares, multiply that out, and you do get 195. So that did not double it. Not on mine anyway. Now I did it manually, of course. Interesting. Well, DSKE, I don't know. Keep an eye on FBC, guys. There's a red bar ignored right there. It is crawling back. It is not an earnings play. Had earnings last week. 200-day 30.98, so it's above the 200-day moving average. There's a red bar ignored, and this might just start to keep creeping back. Great. That's a classic red bar ignored, in fact. You have a nice uptrend. There's that green candle on the 15-minute chart, and we're talking FBC, Frank Bottle Car. And there's that red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, so the trigger would be around 31.45 or so. So the theory being uptrend, pause on the uptrend, continuation of the uptrend. Now it is down for the day. That I don't know if that has any significance, to be honest, but we'll see. Well, this is going to make me cry a bit. DSKE now is, look at this. Well, if you guys took it and held on instead of what I did, congratulations. Now it is just serious rippage from 604 up to 650 almost. One moment, please. All right, guys, as I said before, keep an eye on TPR. The next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1568. That's 30 cents away. It may not block it. It's having a nice little day. Earnings August 13th, so it's not an earnings play right now. At least may want to make sure they didn't release. Doesn't look like they released. I see why you're asking, but BRQS need shorts. No shorts for me. Let's see. Yeah, none for me, William. How about DSKE for you? A little nail up here. So guys, I'm going to tell you something. I am testing something that I think I started last week, maybe Thursday and Friday. Kind of interesting. I'll let you know at the end of the day. Very interesting. So there's a good tease. So you got to hang around to the end of the day. What time? Before 3 o'clock. You guys might even have to remind me. It's what alerted me to FBC as an example, but I'll let you know later. If you're talking about, I don't think so. I mean, it's possible, I suppose. Somebody's asked me, can you just auto trade the AI day in, day out, getting in when it gets in, getting out when it gets out? We don't recommend it. It's that simple, Best Deals. We recommend that, if you wanted to, if you want to auto trade, maybe the entries, but manage the exits on your own. I think that is what we recommend. I'm not saying we even recommend auto trading the entries, but All right, Avaya. Avaya now. I had a price alert set up here for some reason. Avaya now moving back up here, AVYA. Yeah, I mean, best deals. I'd love to be able to say to everybody, yeah, just turn the AI in the morning and let it run all day and count your money at the end of the day, day in, day out. All right, how's that tapestry doing? So there's another a large float, 275 million in the float for TPR tapestry. I'd love to see it just base a little bit because I mean, guys, look at the room it's got. The next high looking left on that daily chart. Well, it's 1568. So I mean, that's I may not block it at all, but I mean, look at the room it's got for TPR. And yes, you can. I suggest you watch this video. If you haven't watched the video yet, a lot of that is, well, that is definitely covered, how you can put in how much you want to risk per trade, okay? And more. If you're serious about doing this, I don't know if you're talking about committing right now with your Interactive Brokers account if you have one, or you're talking about the simulator. But yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to do. I mean, I'm just really quickly. That's where it is. $100 a trade. That's what I've got on the risk. But you could put 200. You could put 50, whatever you want. But all of that is covered in that video. TPR, not TVR. TPR, tapestry. This is something I might take if it gets back up there and a little bit of volume. I might take this trade. And that's the TPR. You'll notice a lot of the alerts that you're getting from my watch list, they're designed, some of them are designed for multi-day runs. I'm not saying that's not a recommendation you hold a multi-day, but it's, they're almost like intraday swing trade alerts. You can trade them intraday. If they trade well by the end of the day, you can make up your mind if you want to hold them. A lot of them will have looks like this that they, still have room to fill in. I mean, they're all, I don't say they all look like this, but I mean, now you might look at this one and say it's very extended, and you're right, but it still has room. The WBT, which we've been talking about forever. I mean, look at all the room most of these have. That's why they make it onto my watch list. So sort of double way you can trade them. No, I'm thinking of going long TPR. Well, again, the next high looking left is 1568. That may block it. That, you know, I don't know if it'll block it, but that is the next high looking left. If somehow it gets close to that, and it, you know, I don't know what it's going to do from here, but if it got close to that and it popped through, then, you know, you've got up to 18. But I'm waiting for it to get up to that 1538 again. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I've got my alert set right up there. Price alert, that blue line is a price alert. You know, I didn't even mention plug in the pre-market, but what it's still having a nice run. You know, it did all this. It's, of course, an EV play. It pulled back, and then it had earnings on the 6th. And that has just propped it up higher. How to automatically get alerts into your watch list. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question. You have to load my Windows, of course. Not sure I understand your question. I mean, these are you know, if you load my Windows, then you'll get these alerts. And they're just from my, click on new from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Your alerts. So when you say, you really mean how to get alerts into my watch, you don't mean my watch list, you mean your watch list? Not sure I understand. You're not talking about getting your alerts into my watch list. That's not what you mean. Okay. We're going to go back to English 101, guys. Okay, so have you got a watch list? Have you created your watch list? So okay, well you could do things like this. I mean, you could take my alerts. You know, maybe you don't like them all, okay? Maybe only like a few of them. And you right click, send. See where it says symbol lists? That's what we call watch list, and then you can just put it into a watch list that you want. No, I never said to go to your watch list. I've never said that. I've never said when my alerts trigger to go to your watch list. I mean, this is just my watch list, but you can take, you know, you can take any symbol you see, and if you want to, you can send it to a watch list of your choice. You know, by right clicking on the symbol, and then where it says send to, and then symbol lists. This will pop up. If you don't, you'll see your watch list probably immediately if you don't have too many. And just pick the one you want it to go into. Or, I mean, you could also, I mean, use the heart function if it's something you really want to keep following. A quick way is just to click on the alert, and then if you click on the heart, it'll go into that My Liked watch list that is automatically created for you. And then it's a watch list just like any other watch list. You can attach it to any alert window, top list window that you want. You just have to go to right click configure and the symbol lists, and then you'll see My Liked is down here somewhere. My Liked. So you could do something like click on the symbol. If you like it, click on the heart. It'll go to that My Liked, and if you've already then you can attach that My Liked symbol list to the alert window or the top list window that you want to monitor it with. Meanwhile, Unity Biotech, UBX, still moving nicely. Look at the room it's got. Meanwhile, Conduent Incorporated, CNDT, on the move here. So for the AI, it's only there's only one that is really positive. The rest of them are basically, and one just got stopped out. So not a great day today for the AI. It's an interesting day. I look at the Dow way up. Tech is down. The SPY is just it's crawling back, but something is propping the Dow up. Well, that's actually what I try to do with my watch list. I mean, they're usually a very manageable number of alerts that get extracted from my watch list every day. What's it right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 here, and 3 on the short side. And generally they're spaced. It's not like you're getting a whole bunch all at once. So you can kind of sit back and say, oh yeah, okay, kind of like that one or don't like it. And that's why I do this, especially for people who are, feel overwhelmed by all the, not just with trade ideas, but, there's a lot of ideas that come floating through all day long. So this is a way in which you can just concentrate on a few stocks all day long. All right, Tapestry. Let's see what you can do, okay? If I've got a 1530 stop, I mean, I might get out of this quickly, but I've got a 1530 stop on it. And I just want to see if it can move here. Sort of a red bar. Well, it's a red bar ignored with a nice bottoming tail. In at 1537. So a very tight stop. Be taking my break pretty soon also. So looking left on that monthly chart for UBX, 1229 is the next high looking left. Here's a big float stock, NWSA. I've been hearing it. And this is my text to voice is right here. So I've been hearing it. Beautiful break right there, 1466 up to 15. Maybe coming into some resistance though, right around 15 for NWSA. Don't know what you mean by do I know the UBX move. I don't know what you mean by that, Arman. Oh, any news? I don't know. Let's check. I don't see any specific news. Not today. I don't see any specific news on it. What do I think of Yelp as a swing trade? Well, to be honest, not much. I mean, you know, I had a horrible day, August 6th, so I had earnings. I mean, it had a horrible day. Now, you're banking on the fact or trying to be hopeful, I suppose, that this is going to bounce from here. One day, to me, does not make it, a bounce candidate yet. That's only my opinion. I mean, so you have to trade it the way you see fit. I mean, it may continue on, but this is a bad, bad day it had. And for all those reasons, they're still intact, in my opinion. It's just, it's having a nice kind of a rebound day, but will this continue? Well, NKL, there's no valuation. I mean, it's not making any money yet. Of course, that's not why anybody's getting into NKLA. NKLA had earnings last week, such as they were. What are they? 36,000 in revenue. So, I mean, it's all based on futures. Do you think this is going to be a big competitor to the Teslas and all? I mean, that's all it is. It's had a nice bounce off that 30. I'll say that. No, you cannot shoes. No. Maybe down the road someday, but not now. Only Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. It is holding, but no, I'm out of it. Took a 7-cent loss on it. I'll look at it again, maybe if it gets into the 40s, but I just don't like the way it's trading. You know, I'm like you a little bit, William. If it doesn't start moving almost immediately, then I'll just move on to something else. Yeah, I have no idea on the NKLA. I have no idea if they've even made one saleable vehicle. I have no idea. Yeah, you can trade pre-market. You have to go in limit order, so you cannot go in at a market order. You have to pick your price. Okay, just like every broker, just virtually every broker. That's not a limitation with Brokers Plus. You have to go in as a limit order, like pick a price. CAI, what do I think? I think that this is pretty interesting. What is it? August 6th had earnings last week. Looking left on that weekly, 22.76. Hey, I mean, if it takes that out, it's got a lot of room looking left. So obviously the earnings play. Yeah, so this was the reaction to earnings right there. You released after hours on the 6th, so this was the reaction. So this is just a nice continuation through the 200-day. Yeah, I mean, it's looking really interesting. Let's stick an alert, 2281. See if it takes out that high at some point. Yeah, I obviously do not know how to draw the fibs in an IB. It's just not, because there I just drew those fibs right from there up, but I'm not getting anywhere close to whatever you talked, 261. There's 100% at 2344 from here in the 15 minutes. So obviously it's not the same. I've been trying, but it just doesn't seem to work. And IB, I'm not getting the same levels that you are. Oh, meanwhile, Sorrento, it's not my favorite, but hey, it's moving. I mean, look at the gap now on that daily chart. Well, I understand, but I thought fibs were fibs. Like the VWAP's the VWAP. But I don't, I mean, look, I have no idea what the IB is telling me then. So where do you start? Okay, so for instance, here's Omer. So I've been always starting at the very low, like the lowest candle and drawing it up. Now, obviously, this would be on the way down, but so I'd be doing something like this, starting up here and drawing it like that. It's a nice percentage move for the AI on that one. I mean, that's a big, it's just a stock I don't like to trade, or a price range I don't like to trade, but that's a good 5% move. It's the only one though today. Oh yeah, yeah. This is my interactive brokers chart. We don't have the fibs. Yeah, we don't have the fibs in our chart. This is interactive brokers. All right. So when you say, yeah, no, yes, they have the chart. I said Trade Ideas doesn't have the fibs in their charts. Yes, I know IB has has fibs in their charts, but obviously I'm drawing them wrong. I'm not getting the same values as, or I'm not starting at the right place, or of course I'm on a 15-minute chart too. I don't know if that makes a difference. Okay, how do I keep all the windows together? Well, that you got to ask real that. I mean, I think that you can look at overextended. As the stock keeps going up and up and up. So he talks about that 261 level probably as something that should stall it, but you'd have to ask him. I'm new to Trade Ideas, so I need help. How do I keep all the windows together? So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. Here are my windows. Are you talking about when you go, if you click on the channels? No, he's talking within Thinkorswim, William. He's not talking about a standard deviation channel in Trade Ideas. So, yeah, so my SREV, are you talking about when you load something from the channel bar? You have to be a little more explicit when you say the windows are all over the place. You talk about the Holly tabs. I mean, there's the AI. So I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. If that's what he's talking about, how many monitors do you have? I'm not sure you can hear me. Or she. The other thing is I should, if person is new, I'm going to just put the 20 short lessons here. So are you loading Holly from the channel bar? New from the channel bar? Okay, I wouldn't do it that way. Excuse me, okay? I wouldn't do it that way. First of all, every time you load something from the channel, it is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time anyway, okay? If you're interested in the AI, obviously you are because you have our premium service. This is how I would load. If you go to the toolbar and click on New, and then you see where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the trades window. If you do that, this is the window that will pop up. This will give you all of the alerts all day long. Okay, and then you can save this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to go to the channel bar and replace whatever layout you might have. Okay, this will be part of, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. You know, once you have your layout that you, okay, so from the toolbar, click on New. Then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Not the strategy window, but the trades window. And again, you'll get this window. And then you can just save this window as part of your layout. You know, if you have a layout that you like, that you created, then you can save this window as part of your layout. So when you load trade ideas every day, this window will automatically be there. It'll be zeroed out, of course, every day, you know, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So once you have it, then you have other windows that you might, you know, other scans that you might have, then don't forget, save your layout. File, save or share to cloud. You can click on entire layout. I would give it another name and then save it. Now your layout is saved into the cloud. Also, when you exit trade ideas, if you click file, exit, and then when it says save layout, just say yes. Okay, just say yes. And then when you load trade ideas tomorrow, all your windows, your layout will be loaded. No, not with a hotkey, no. Eventually, listen, I mean, once you get a layout that you like, you know, you won't be changing it very often. You know, I mean, this is my layout that I like. I've got other trade ideas windows on other monitors. I have total of three monitors. And this is just another tip for people. If you have multiple monitors, just basically you'll designate one of the monitors as your main monitor. Once you do that, then put the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of that monitor. Of course, put all your windows where you want them. Arrange your other trade ideas windows on your other monitors, exactly where you want them. Once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and then you see where it says Open relative to main window, check it and save it. Then, you know, save your work at the end of the day, you know, save your layout. And then when you load trade ideas the next time, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Oh, I have only one computer. I mean, virtually most computers nowadays, you can hang 3 or 4 monitors. Well, it depends on the computer, of course, but I mean, I don't even know. I can't tell you the model that I've got, but this one has the capability of hanging 4 monitors off it. I've got 3. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set to take my break, so let me just see who's on today. Well, it's impossible to answer that question. I mean, it all depends on your style of trading. There's no such thing as the best. I obviously like my layout that generates the ideas that I like to see. Does it mean every single alert you see here is a winner? Of course not, nor in here. A lot of it is a matter of when I click on an alert, what do I see on these higher time frames? Is there room? What's the pattern it's coming from? So it's an impossible question to answer. Yeah, I think I'm liking the 45 count. Maybe it's more also what happens, as you know, what happens after from 1:30 on in these windows. To be honest, I mean, I'm doing a lot of explaining and talking early on in the day. I can't pay that much attention as I would like to. But later on in the day, 1:30 on, when I clear this and start getting the alerts again, that's when I can really start to pay attention to these. You guys, of course, have no excuse. Here's one that might be a little interesting just based on the pattern that I'm seeing. CELH. Right there, little red bar ignored, maybe trying to come back. It's still been a very strong stock. Started off very strong and then it faded, but it might be trying to come back. 2185 looks like they're on that 15, could be some resistance. All right, so Sean will be taking over the YouTube feed when I go on break. So I'm just going to put my notice that I'll be going on break. And Sean, you will let me know once you're in the room. Well, I'm looking at Nail, which is, one of, I don't know if it's the main one, but I'm looking at Nail, which is an ETF for the home builders. Look at Nail. What a nice move for Nail. Okay, UBX, a little bit of a base here. And now trying to pop again. Still has room. Was looking left here is 1229. Listen, Real, when it calms down, I'm gonna pull up an IB chart. I'm gonna do this extension thing. I don't understand. You see, as you know, it says retracement extension, so I'm not sure how to just have the one. It looks like you're just into the extensions. Or have you tried with NIB and it just doesn't work? Well, that's what I've been doing. No, there's not an easy way. It's really archaic. All right, Sean, I will now stop the YouTube feed. Okay, so Sean is taking over YouTube feed. He'll be there from 12 to 1. I'll be back in the YouTube feed at
Hello, everybody. Sorry about the little delay there. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the live Q&A session that we do every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Hello, everybody. So you are in the right place. If you're here because you were hanging out in Barry's trading room, that's cool. Welcome. You're welcome to hang out. This is the dedicated hour to just talk about platform questions. If you have any questions about the platform, how to get something done, how to get a scan to work the way you want it to, whatever the case may be, anything software related, that's what we're here to talk about. I was on vacation last week, so thanks to Andy for filling in for me last Monday. And I'll be returning the favor for him on Friday of this week. So I'll be handling the Q&As today and on Friday this week. Hi, Brian. Yes, my day is going great. Thanks for mentioning. All right. Ali says, there's a question about relative volume. How is it being calculated in trade ideas? It is not it current volume. So relative volume is based on the past 14 trading days. So whatever the average volume for the past 14 trading days, I believe it's 14. Let me confirm. And by the way, this will be instructional for everybody. On my screen here, I'm going to right click into an open alert window. I'm going to hit configure. And here's something that's really cool if you haven't noticed this yet. When I'm in the search tab, I'm looking at various alerts and filters, and I'm not quite sure what it does or how it's calculated or what the inputs or outputs are. All you simply need to do is highlight the item in question, in this case, relative volume, highlight it and click this help button right here. This help button will launch your web browser, and in a few moments it will launch our definitions page. It just takes a few seconds to launch. And the particular item will be right here at the top, relative volume, and it will tell you a pretty robust explanation of what's going on with this alert or filter. Now, let me see in here if it tells us how many days we have that it does the average against. So compares the current volume today to the average volume for this time of day. Yes, we know that. It doesn't tell you how far back that average calculates. So in that case, almost always it defaults to 14 trading days. So kind of like an average true range. Average true range uses 14 trading days. Relative volume as well. So it'll take the average volume of the last 14 trading days and compare the current volume to that. Hope that I hope that's clear, Ali. I'm not 100% sure it's 14 days. I can find out. I might not have the answer for you on this session, but I'd say I'm 85% sure that it's based on 14 days. But you know what? Just to make you feel better, let me just ask my tech team here. I'll ask in the back channel here and see if anybody knows. All right, Ali, I've put that question to the team and see if I get an answer for you quickly, just to give you a definitive answer. But yeah, to kind of expand on that, Ali, basically the relative volume filter will tell you, where the score, the output there, say it gives you a score of 2.0. What that means is right now at 12:05 p.m. Eastern time, that stock would be currently on pace to trade 2 times its average daily volume of the last 14 days, 14 trading days. That's how you can interpret that data. Hi, Arian. I see you're new here. Welcome. Let me see if I can tackle your question here. I'm new to trade ideas and was wondering if history of alerts can be checked even if the alert wasn't open before, if the alert window wasn't open before. Yes, you can, Arian. All you need to do is, let's see, I got an alert window right here, right? Now you can see there's stocks in here that these have fired since I've been open. I've had this particular window open for about, 35 minutes or so. By the way, I'm in the mountain time zone, so don't let these timestamps throw you off, if you're somewhere else. But if I want to see all the alerts that fired in this window today, I can easily do that by just right-clicking in the window, going to History, choosing Today, and this will show me every alert. I can scroll back. There's going to be a lot. I could scroll back. Look, we're going back to 8:30 in the morning now. I'm sure there's more, but this might just be showing me the 100 most recent. But yeah, you can see them all throughout the day. Just by going to right-click, History, choose the time, or choose Today, or you could do the previous day, or you could do a custom time frame. Like maybe you only want to see what fired within a certain hours range. You could pinpoint it that way as well. Okay? Hope that answers your question. I'm going to put this back to real time. There we go. All right. We go the history back. Good question, Arian. The history goes back 64 trading days. That's as far back as our history goes. So that's essentially 3 months of trading data. Sorry, Debbie. The profit save is a algo for the AI. There is no similar algo for your own custom strategies. In a situation like that, you might just want to play around with a trailing stop. That's really the best thing you can do. And yes, I feel your frustration. There's nothing worse than seeing open profits evaporate. I've been there. But yeah, you'll want to experiment with a trailing stop order. Debbie, the way I do it, I don't know what your time frame is. I'm a swing trader. And I actually just manage all my stops manually. So you can see in my Brokerage Plus here, these are all my open swing trades. A lot of these trades I've been in a long time. Some of these go back to June. There's a May 12th entry right here. I got this Logi back on May 12th back here. The way I do it, Debbie, is I just eyeball the charts and I drag my stop loss level up, when appropriate. Now, I adjusted all my stops earlier this morning, so I don't think I need to do any adjustments. But if I wanted to move a stop loss, I just eyeball the chart. And if I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, I got some open profits in this trade now, but I don't want to give back too much. I'm going to move my stop loss up to 39. I just grab this and drag it up. And now there's my stop loss order sitting there at, in that case, it's 30, 38, 85, 39-ish. It's not where I want it though, so I'm going to move it back. I'm going to give this thing a little bit of room. I think this thing can move a lot higher, but that's my stop for now. Yeah, for day trades, it's, you got to be a little bit quicker, a little bit more on the ball. That's why I don't day trade anymore, Debbie. I just don't have the time. I just don't have the mental bandwidth for it. I can't sit and watch every tick of the trade every day. I day traded for 5 years at the start of my career in the late 90s. And, I'm burned out, permanently burned out from day trading. But you might want to just experiment with some trailing stops. That's probably the best thing. All right, Brian, sorry I missed your question. Let me see here. Can you discuss how you would use the momentum scanner in the latter part of the day? Is this the right scanner to use in the afternoon? Well, I'll answer the second part of that question first. There is no right scanner for anything. I mean, other than maybe using the pre-market scanners for the pre-market. There's no one answer that's going to satisfy everybody. And one scan could work great in the morning this week, and the next week it works better in the afternoon. It just kind of depends on the market environment that we're in. And no alert or strategy is going to work on every trading day. Everybody tries to build that magic strategy that works in every market environment. But there is no such thing. So is the momentum scanner better to use in the latter part of the day? I mean, I don't think it's better or worse. Here's my thinking on momentum plays. When you're looking at stocks in the afternoon, you have a little bit of benefit of seeing what the intraday trend is. The intraday trend has already established itself. Is it up? Is it down? Is it sideways? And so if nothing else, that gives you a little bit of an edge on deciding when to take a trade. So if you're looking at a momentum scanner and it fires a stock, it's the last 2 hours of the day, it's telling you the stock's printing a new intraday high, and you can clearly see that the intraday trend has been up all day. Well, if I were a betting man, and I am a betting man, I would bet that trend is going to continue into the close. Does it work every time? No, of course not. But if it works 52% of the time, well, if I do enough of those trades over time, that edge will play out in my favor. So, look, sometimes moves in the morning can be very powerful, and you're kind of trading blind on a momentum scanner. You're just trusting that the momentum scanner is, the stock has satisfied all your filters, and that's good enough. And then you just kind of buy it and trust it. But if it's the afternoon, at least you have that benefit of an established trend to help aid in your decision. I guess that's all I could say on that. Folks, I see a few of you have logged in since I started chatting. Welcome. My name is Sean McLaughlin, Chicago Sean on Twitter. Happy to engage with any of you there. This is the Q&A session. So for the next 48 minutes until the top of the hour, I'm here to answer any questions you have about the trading software as best as I can. I don't have all the answers, but I got enough to be dangerous. Hi, Mick. Is there a way to have a top list window column show my open positions % up or down? No. A top list window can show your open positions, and it could show the individual stock's performance, but it's not going to sort based on your P&L, if that's what you're saying. Like if you entered these trades intraday, the only way you could sort them would be within your Brokerage Plus window. So in my Brokerage Plus window, these are all my open trades right now. I can sort by open P&L, which actually I have right now. I don't think I can sort by open P&L profit. Let me see here. Let me just check something out. Let's go to columns. Nope, I don't see any % profit. And that makes sense because the Brokerage Plus doesn't know how much equity you have in your account. So it doesn't know, like 2,700, what kind of percentage gain is that relative to the size of my account? Brokerage Plus doesn't know that, okay? Because we don't have access to your account. We just can send orders to it. That's it. But in a top list, I got a top list right here, open positions. These are all of my open positions. It's the same stocks you'll see here. But in this case, I've got them sorted by the position in 20-day range. But I could sort them by change from close. See, I got change from close percentage right here. If I double click on this column, now they're all sorted by the stocks percentage gain. Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with my P&L. Now, all of my trades are long trades, so obviously you would assume that all these stocks that are up, I'm also up. But as you can see, CCS is the biggest gainer today, but it's not necessarily the biggest gainer in my portfolio. It's kind of down here in the middle. Well, actually, it might be the biggest gainer today if I sort by today's P&L. Well, there you go. These should correspond pretty well, right? CCS, purple, pins. Yep, I mean, these correlate pretty well. But I have this sorted by my total open P&L because these are swing trades that I'm holding over multiple days. Yeah, Mick, you're not going to be able to do that up down from your entry price. All you're going to really want to do, I mean, the best way is just sort your open P&L within your brokerage plus window. You know, that's really the best thing I can offer you. I mean, for me, I don't know how you do it, and I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but for me, every trade that I put on for my swing trades, my position, you'll notice that I've got different share sizes. Here's the position, right? So you got 270 shares, 227 shares, 87 shares. I got all different share sizes in here. But the one commonality is when I put the trade on, I was only risking, I'm only risking $200 per trade. So when the trades, all the trades are similarly sized, based on risk. But I'm not sure if that answers your question. In fact, it probably does not answer your question. But I would just say in your brokerage plus window, sort by your open P&L or your today's P&L, depending on if you're a day trader or a swing trader. Just double click on any one of these columns to either sort like that, from highest to lowest, or you can go lowest to highest. All right, Siggy, I see your question. Can we set flags for a certain stock to be near or break an SMA without a price reference as the target may be moving? How long does the alert last? Okay, so we're talking about an alert. Well, an alert cannot anticipate anything. Okay, an alert only reacts to a fact, to something happening. So you can be alerted when a stock breaks an SMA, but you cannot be alerted when it's getting close to an SMA. Now, there are some things you can do to get close to what you need. You can build a top list that shows you stocks that are near an SMA, and then maybe, you can do that. Do the top list, show you stocks that are near an SMA, and then it's up to you to pull the trigger when you want to get in. Or you could build an alert window that has a filter that shows you stocks that are near an SMA, and then you have a trigger that says, buy a new 1 hour high or something like that. So if a stock's making a new high and it's right near an SMA, that could be the trigger to get you in. So that is something you can do. So let me walk you through an example here. Let's create a new alert window from scratch. Start from scratch. And let's do this. Let's do SMA. And let's go change from, I don't know what SMA you're using. Let's do a 50-day. Now let's do a little more closer by. Okay, maybe you're a day trader. So change from 10-day SMA. So if I add this filter and I say it's, like say this is a bullish, you want to buy it when it's about to cross above. So maybe you say stock's got to be a minimum of, 95% of the way there, but not all the way there. Say 99%. So if I check my work here, just make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, well, that doesn't really help. Basically, this is saying it's within 5% of its 10-day SMA. 5% of the intraday range. Okay, so that's your filter. And then for an alert, you just choose a new high. Let's do new high, add alert, and click that. It's hide unused. Just leave this blank. So this will be a new intraday high. Okay. So if I do this, near SMA breakout, we'll call it. So now I got this alert window here. Oh, all my positions just disappeared. That's weird. So let's just pull up a ticker here, see what this has. But this, I don't have a 50-day SMA on here, so it's not going to show. But that's how you do it. I mean, you gotta experiment, Siggy. But experiment with those SMA filters to isolate a stock that's near the SMA, and then create some kind of an alert that you'll only get alerted if the stock's near the SMA, and then that's where you take action. All right, let's see what else we got here. Good question, Debbie. I don't know why there aren't any alerts for crossing. There are some alerts for crossing moving average crossovers. Let's see. Oop, top list. Sorry, wrong window. Yeah, these Debbie right here. These are all moving crossovers. 5-period SMA crossing over an 8-period SMA. They're all here. Just got to search cross. There's not a whole lot, but there's a few you could use. And yeah, Debbie, as far as the back testing, I don't know really how to filter out whether the S&P gapped. Problem with that is, a gap to you might not be a gap to me, right? You might think a 50 cent gap higher in the S&P is notable, whereas me, I might think that's insignificant. I only care if it's a $4 gap, all right? Well, Debbie, if you got any recommendations for some simple crossover averages, please be as detailed as possible and send that into our email so we can give it to our developers and see if they could build it for you. All right, Siggy, XTNT. I'm glad you got that one. I mean, that's quite a move in this stock today. Wow. And this stock closed on Friday around $1.08. So you were up just a cool 250-ish% intraday at one point. Wow. Oh, Ali, yes, I did explain the relative volume to you. Oh no, sorry, that's not your question. I have not heard back on relative. Well, let me check. No, I've not gotten a definitive answer other than a couple of the other trader guys here also agree that they think it's 15 days as well, or 15 days. But nobody has a definite answer for me yet. Ali, that's a good question about the data provider. We recently changed data providers earlier this year, and I forget the name of the new company that we're with. Yeah, I'm totally drawing a blank. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. Siggy, when I trade stocks, I am primarily, almost exclusively a swing trader. Yes, I don't trade as many stocks as I used to. I primarily trade options these days. That's my wheelhouse. But I do trade stocks, and when I do, yes, they are always swing trades. I don't day trade anymore. I just don't have the bandwidth. I'm too busy with trade idea stuff. Doing these sessions and paid one-on-one sessions, and we have meetings throughout the day, every day. And, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and I can't commit myself to be a day trader because I have too many distractions. But swing trading, yes, I can certainly manage swing trading. Very cool. Very cool. The Swing Trader PDF. I like it. So folks, you've probably caught on by now, but in case you haven't, this hour, at least until the top of the hour, is all driven by questions from you guys. So I don't have any prepared content for you. I'm just here to answer whatever questions you have as best as I can. So if you're sitting on a question, don't worry, no question's a stupid question. I guarantee there's somebody else on this call. There's 55 of you here. There's somebody that probably was wondering the same thing you were wondering. So if you got a question, we'll all benefit from it. So throw it out there. What are the top 3 stocks to swing trade? Well, that's an unanswerable question. It changes every day, right? The top 3 stocks today might not be worthy of trading tomorrow. What I do for swing trading, and I'm happy to explain what I do to you guys real quick. I've built my own custom channel here called AI Swings. I use Holly AI to inform my swing trading. In fact, every trade that you see here in my Brokerage Plus window, every stock here was a Holly trade, and that's what got my attention. And so what I do, and I know some of you have been here in these calls before, you've heard me go through this spiel, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but hey man, best practices are worth repeating. And so what I do every day, I tend to do this towards the end of the trading day, in the last hour-ish, I'll go through all of the trades that Holly did today. So I've got this window open up right here. This shows me every Holly trade from all 3 Holly channels. We have the Holly AI, Holly 2.0, Neo AI. So all 3 channels, these are all the trades. And for me, I only like to swing trade from the long side. So I'm only looking at the long trades. So there's a couple short trades in here. I ignore those. I also ignore penny stocks. I'm looking at stocks above $10 a share. That's just me. I'm not saying you have to. But I'll start here at this TVTY. And you'll notice I got 4 charts across the top. These are all the same ticker, but just different time frames. So starting at the left, I got a monthly chart, then a weekly chart, then a daily chart, then a 5-minute chart. I'm primarily paying attention to these 2 charts here, the monthly and the weekly. I'm looking for a stock that has wind at its sails. I want to see stock where there's a trend and a bullish trend over the long term. Those are the stocks that I feel most comfortable buying for swing trades. So I'm looking at this ticker. This monthly chart's pretty ugly. The weekly chart looks nice over the last few weeks, but no, that's a no play for me. Let's click on to the next chart. Ellie, again, similar story. I don't like that monthly chart, so I'm passing. I'm gonna go up to DRNI. Okay, now this one has a little bit more of my attention. For the last, 24 months or so, the trend is up. Great. Weekly chart could use a little work, but I don't hate it. I might consider putting on a swing trade here. Let's look at Yelp. Nope, no play. That's a downward trend on the longer time frame. I don't like it. AU, Anglo Gold. Okay, now this one definitely in my wheelhouse. Monthly trend is up higher. Weekly trend is higher. We've had a nice little pullback. Might be a great time to buy on an entry or on a pullback for a resumption higher. These are the trades I like to get into. Now, here's my thinking. Maybe I should have stepped back and give you a little philosophy on why I use Holly AI to inform my swing trading. The simple reason is Holly got into every one of these trades, all these intraday trades here. She got into every one of them because she has uncovered a catalyst. That catalyst could be a stock making a new all-time high, a stock crossing a key moving average. Maybe there's an explosion in volume. Maybe there's an uptick of insider buying. There's hundreds of different reasons why Holly might flag a trade to get into. But the simple point is that whatever that catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint we've placed on the Holly AI in service of day trading. Because for those of you who've been playing around the Holly AI, you know that these trades, she closes all of her trades before the end of the day. She does not hold any trades overnight. Well, that catalyst that got her into the trade, that has the potential to push a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. So my trader brain says there's an edge here. Holly's uncovered an edge. There's a catalyst that could push the stock for a little while. And if I can execute against an edge as often as possible, the more often I can execute against that edge, the more likely I am to realize the gain in that edge. So these long trades that she gets into, I just have a little bit more added confidence of knowing that Holly's identified a catalyst, and that might just be enough to tip the favors in my scales, or tip the scales in my favor. Said that backwards. So that's why I love using Holly to get me into trades, because she's found an edge. And you know what? Holly doesn't care what the 3 coolest stocks are today. Holly doesn't care that all they talk about on CNBC is Facebook and Microsoft and Amazon and Google and Apple. Holly doesn't care about any of that. Holly is totally objectionable. Objectionable. She's objective. Holly's completely objective. Everything has to meet her parameters based on filters, based on backtest, based on strategy. She doesn't care if it's a stock no one's heard of. She doesn't care if it's a $10 stock or a $1,000 stock. All that matters is there an edge there? Is there an opportunity? She doesn't care about the name of the stock. She only wants to capitalize on opportunities. And that's what's great about using Holly AI to be kind of your bullpen to help you find good swing trades. Now, Ahmed, that's how I do it. That's one way to skin the cat. There's many ways to swing trade. And if you talk to Steve or Andy or Jamie or Michael, who do the rest of the training calls throughout the week, they all approach swing trading in different ways. Okay. I mean, we all have some commonalities and some similarities, but at the end of the day, we all do it each a little bit differently. And that's true across the entire spectrum of traders. If you fill a room with 100 successful traders, I promise you, every 100 of those traders, every one of those traders trades in their own unique way. They might do very similar things, but at the end of the day, they all have their own secret sauce, so to speak, that makes them money. Yeah, the trade of the week. Steve runs the trade of the week, and that's been killing it lately. There's been some big winners in there. Just like anything, I wouldn't rely on it. Don't put all your money into every trade of the week trade. That's a recipe for disaster at some point. But the trade of the week, free email. If you guys aren't signed up for it, please sign up for it. In fact, I'll get you the link to sign up if you're not signed up already. Give me a sec. But the free trade of the week email that Steve's been putting out has just been absolutely murdering it lately. It helps that it's been a bull market. That helps everybody, of course. But man, he's had some really great trades in there lately. Okay, I'm finding that link. Here it is. I'm going to put it into the chat room. Trade of the week sign up. So if you're not in that already, please, it's free. Just got to click that link and sign up, and you'll get the trade of the week email sent to you it arrives on Monday mornings. It arrives in your inbox. You're welcome, Ahmed. Thanks for hanging out. I hope this is valuable to you. I hope you're getting what you need. That's right, Siggy. The AI does the hard work. It's up to us to pull the trigger. You're right. And the great thing about the AI is the AI does the hard work of scanning the entire universe of stocks. There's 8,000 stocks in North America that can be traded, right? You can't, none of us can keep up to the minute tabs on every stock in the universe. Well, Holly's strategies can, and Holly can zero you into the best opportunities in the market. So, I mean, out of 8,000 stocks, there's 15, 14 that have triggered today. I can wrap my head around that. Holly did all the hard work of finding the stocks. Now it's up to me to put a trade on and apply proper risk management. Proper risk management is the secret sauce, folks. If you don't know this already, let me tell you now. The secret sauce to surviving in trading and putting on trades comes down to position sizing and stop loss management. Okay? A best practice, all of the best traders that I know, and I've been trading since 1998. I've been in this game for 22 years. All of the successful traders that I know never. Yeah, I'm going to say never. I hesitate to say never, but I'm going to say yes. Never do they risk more than 2% of their capital in any one trade. These are the most successful traders, some of them in the world. I'm lucky to know some of these guys. And they never risk more than 2% of their capital on any one trade. In fact, most of them will tell you they rarely will risk more than 1%. Now that may seem insignificant to you, like why would I, how am I going to get rich if I'm only risking 1% of my capital? The key to getting rich and being successful in trading is not to hit a home run on one trade. Yes, there's plenty of stories out there of guys and girls who, had a major home run in one trade that just made their career. Yes, those stories are sexy and they sell. But the long-term successful traders, the guys and girls who've been at this for 10, 20 years plus, who've made money year in and year out, it's not about hitting home runs. Yes, they do hit home runs on individual trades, but it's about a process. It's about staying in the game. It's about not risking a whole lot of money on any one trade. The winners will take care of themselves. You got to make sure the losers don't take you out of business. Okay? Brian, I don't have a link to the chat room. The only link I give out is this YouTube link here, and the YouTube link will head back to the chat room here in the top of the hour. So just be patient. I think Barry's on a lunch break right now anyway, so I don't think he's doing anything there right now. But yeah, I always just send people to the YouTube, to this destination right here where you are, because it will resume as soon as I'm done. You're absolutely right, Siggy. You gotta stay in the game. You could read all the books in the world. You can have all the best mentors in the world. That's all good. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You should definitely seek all that stuff out. But nothing, and I mean nothing, will replace time in the seat, experience. You have to put the time in and you have to learn. And the only way that you can get from here to there time-wise is by surviving, by not taking big losses. Big losses are your enemy. I mean, look, there's 4 possible outcomes for any trade, right? Well, actually 5. There's 5 possible outcomes for any trade. You can win big, you can win small, you can scratch the trade, meaning you make nothing. You just kind of, you win or lose nothing. Or you could lose a little bit, or you could lose a lot. Those are your 5 scenarios. I don't care what your time frame is, any time frame. Those are your 5 options. Out of those 5 things, if we can just eliminate the large losses, just doing that, I promise you'll be a successful trader. Because what'll happen is the small losers and the scratches and the small winners, those will all just kind of wash out and kind of be a net nothing, right? But the big winners will be all the difference, and that's all you need. Remember, we eliminated the big losers. If you eliminate the big losers and take all the rest, over time, I promise you'll be a successful trader. Damn right, Parker. You can't hit the ball if you don't take a swing, but you got to take measured swings. So since we're talking baseball, I'm a Chicago Cubs fan. I used to live in Chicago a long time. Javi Baez, for any of you baseball players or baseball fans out there. Javi Baez, one of the best players in the league now. Amazing shortstop, great hitter, hits for power, hits for average. But when he came into the league, 5-6 years ago, and he was a rookie, he had so much power and so much potential, but he would just step up to the plate and he would swing at everything, every pitch. And pitchers figured that out pretty quickly. They'd throw him some sliders in the dirt and he would take a Babe Ruth-sized swing at it and look like an idiot because he was going for the home run on every pitch. It took him a couple years to hone his craft and figure out that he doesn't have to risk everything or swing the hardest at every pitch. you gotta, take a measured move, and the correlation to trading is so apt, right? You gotta do it right. You gotta hit, take a position when the odds line up in your favor, and you got to size it properly. You can't just swing at everything, and you can't just go for the home run on every trade. It will not work. Yes, when you hit one, it'll be sexy and it'll be exciting. Just like a 500-foot home run brings the crowd to its feet, right? Everybody gets excited. Well, when you over leverage into a big winner, that feels exciting too. But I promise you, managing your size, managing your risk, honoring your stop losses is the name of the game. That's how you win at this game. Siggy, you've been around longer than me, it sounds like. Pretty cool. You were day trading on the phone with your broker on the floor. That's old school, baby. I love it. Oh, so you're a Chicago guy too. Wonderful. Yep. I used to live just a couple blocks away from Wrigley Field off of Southport and Waveland, kind of near that intersection. I was close enough to the ballpark to hear the organ playing when I sat on my back porch, but far enough away that I didn't have drunk people pissing in my front yard. It was the perfect place. I loved it. I miss it. Miss it terribly. I love where I live now. I live in Colorado in a small mountain town. Love it, but I do miss Chicago, especially this time of year, especially summertime when it's baseball season. Of course, this year's a little different. This is not a normal summer, as we all know. Okay, folks, I got 20 minutes left here. So if you're sitting on a question, if you're sitting on something that is bugging you and we haven't covered yet, please throw it in here, and we'll see if we can tackle it for you. Excuse me, folks. I'm just responding to an urgent text here from one of my colleagues. Give me a sec. Okay, are the trades entered automatically or manually? Chris, you got to be a little bit more specific. You can, using Brokerage Plus, you can have your strategies auto trade, or Holly. You can have Holly auto trade. It's not required. It's just an option. You can do it. You don't have to do it. In fact, many of our customers still manually trade, even if they're using Holly. They would much rather pull the trigger themselves. They don't want to get into every trade. But you can do automatically using Brokerage Plus. You just have to have, the only brokerage that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas at this time is Interactive Brokers. So you'll have to have an active account with Interactive Brokers. We hope to have that change soon, but until it's changed, it's only Interactive Brokers. Parker, I see you're having questions with external linking to Thinkorswim. I don't have any specific knowledge I can share with you here, other than I know, generally speaking, the problem that people have linking to Thinkorswim is you need to log into both Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim the first time. You need to log in administrator mode. So check this out. I got Thinkorswim here, icon here on my desktop. If I right click here on this and choose Run as Administrator, to open it up, I got to do that with Thinkorswim, and I also have to do it with Trade Ideas. So right click and then Run as Administrator. I launch them like that, and then I go through the process of doing the external linking. Oftentimes that will solve the problem with Thinkorswim. I know Thinkorswim's a little persnickety for people because they keep to their credit, Thinkorswim is constantly upgrading their software. I mean, almost daily, certainly every week, they're issuing new updates to their software. And the problem is every once in a while, one of those updates breaks something with the external linking, and so people have to start all over again, or there's a new process. It eventually works, but it can be a pain in the butt. But generally speaking, when you're linking, once you've done the administrator, like I just showed you, then you go to Tools, External Linking, you click Add Link, and then you just follow this on-screen instructions. It says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the Shift key. So basically what that means is take your mouse, and I don't have Thinkorswim open on my screen, but if I had let's pretend that this window here is a Thinkorswim window, and this is the box where I enter in my tickers, right? I would just hold my mouse over this box and hit the Shift key, like see I just did, and now it says current linked window. That's just kind of this window. If I hit OK, now I've got this window linked and it's enabled, and it should work. Okay, but I don't want to have this active because it's just linking back to itself. It's going to break the machine. Okay. Parker, if none of that's working for you, please go to our live chat at trade-ideas.com. Go into our support section. One of our technicians there will be able to either share an updated document that has the latest rules, or they can kind of walk you through in the live chat. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to solve that problem for you here on this call. Mahmoud, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the feedback. Well, Chris, to answer your question, Chris is asking, after Holly, enters into a trade or signals a trade, how does one decide the price to enter? Do you just buy immediately, or buy at SMA or at support? Well, Chris, it kind of depends on what your goals are. If you are day trading and you want to get into something quickly, you don't want to miss a trade, then the minute that Holly enters a trade, you're going to want to get in right away, no matter what. Just hit a market order and get in. Okay? Now, I know that makes some people a little uncomfortable doing market orders, because they're worried about getting a bad fill or getting some slippage. And I get that. I totally understand that. But here's my thought process. And yeah, this is my thought process. If all I do is enter trades with a limit order and I want to get the same price that Holly got, here's the thing. I virtually guarantee, actually no, I do guarantee that I will enter every losing trade. Because by definition, if it's a losing trade, the stock has to trade below my entry price. So if I got a limit order in at Holly's entry price and that stock's on its way to being a loser, I'll definitely get that fill, right? I'll get that trade every day, every time. However, if there's a trade that Holly triggers and it's a fast mover and it's moving quickly, and I put a limit order in at her entry price and the stock's already moved 10 cents away from it and it never looks back, and that ends up being a $5 winner, a $10 move on a $20 stock. I mean, that's an epic move, and I completely missed it because I was nickel and diamond worried about my entry, trying to get my limit order, and I totally missed that trade. Remember that discussion we had earlier about the 5 outcomes of a trade? You could either lose big, lose small, scratch, small wins, big win. Remember that? Well, remember that the small wins and the small losers and the scratch trades all wash themselves out, and we're all not having the big losers, right? Therefore, all of your profits are going to be made on those big winning trades. And if you're using limit orders to get into a trade, you have a high risk of missing the best trades. And I don't want to miss the best trades, because if I miss the best trades, that's a recipe for long-term losing. Okay? So if I'm trying to mimic Holly's performance, if I'm trying to get into the best trades, I use market orders. That's it. I know I'm going to get some slippage from time to time. That's just the price of playing the game, right? But I know I will never miss a big winner if I do that. And I need the big winners. You need the big winners to make this all work. Cool. I'm glad that worked for you, Chris. All right, folks, I got about 10 minutes left. So, yeah, come on in. We do this every day. If you missed my spiel earlier, we do this every day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We rotate the class or the hosts throughout the week. Tomorrow, I believe, is Steve. Wednesday is Michael. Thursday is Jamie. And Friday is usually Andy, but I'm going to be covering for Andy this week. So I'll be doing Friday. All this is subject to change, of course. You know, sometimes things come up. People have to go to doctor's appointments or meetings or whatever. So, we jump it around sometimes, cover for people, but that's generally the plan that we follow. But either way, every trading day, noon Eastern, you can count on it. There will be a live Q&A session just like this for everybody. And I should point out that, since this session, we've talked a lot of trading philosophy as opposed to software specific stuff, which is fine. I love talking trading philosophy. I could talk this all day. Like I mentioned before, I've been a trader for 22 years. Well, the other guys that do these calls too also have been trading for as long as me, some of them longer. So every one of us has more than 20 years experience. Michael has the least amount, but when I say least, I mean, he's still been trading for 15 years. So it's not like he's a rookie by any means. But we all been trading a long time, and we all have unique points of view and unique perspectives on trading. So everything that I've said here today, you might listen to Steve tomorrow and he might completely contradict everything I said. I don't think he will, but he might. It's possible. But you could get fresh eyes on different ideas. So if you got the bandwidth and you got the time, got nothing else going on, tune in every day at noon Eastern and just hang out and listen, if nothing else, or ask questions, and you'll get different points of view from everybody here. And that also applies to the software. I mean, there's so many bells and whistles on this software. Some of us are stronger in some areas than the others. I could tell you right now, I'm terrible at custom formulas. So if you have a custom formula question for me, I can't answer it for you. My brain doesn't work that way. But if you tune in when, say, Jamie or Michael are doing the classes, those guys are experts in custom formulas. They could probably help you out. That's just giving you an example. That's exactly it, Debbie. If you assign it to a strategy, it will affect the stop and target, based on whatever that strategy uses. So if you just manually entered a trade, you just went in and said, oh, I like this AU gold, I'm going to buy it, right? You just put a buy order in and now you're in. And then you're in it and you're like, you know what? I want this thing to, use the stop loss that I use for XYZ strategy, right? Well, you can assign it to XYZ strategy, and then that strategy will manage the exit going forward. All right, let's see here. Debbie, I believe it will use the entry price. I don't have any experience with that, to be honest with you, Debbie, so I'm not sure, but I believe it would use the stop would be based off your entry price. I mean, that makes sense to me. Ali, hold on, let me check if I got any response. I got one other response, so I don't have a good answer for you. I got one guy telling me it's 15. He thinks it's 15 days. I got another guy telling me it's 10 days. I think it's 14 days. So it's safe to assume that it's in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 day average for the relative volume. Is there any specific reason why you need it to be so specific? Yeah, I'm pretty certain it's not 90 days, Ali. It's going to be in the 10 to 15 day range for us. No, Trade Ideas does not have a public API. We do have an API that's how our Brokerage Plus connects to Interactive Brokers to send orders, but we don't have a public API. No. That might be something in the future. There would certainly be some benefit for that. We do have a lot of people that would like to build tools to bolt on to Trade Ideas. Optimistically, I will say that it's only a matter of time before we do offer that, but at this current time, it's not something we offer. All right, folks, I'm going to issue the last call for questions here. I got 3 minutes left to hang with you. If anyone's got a quick question that I can go over, happy to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to end this session, and the next screen you see will be the Traders Room with Barry. He'll join soon after. I believe he's taking his lunch break right now, but he'll join you soon after. Feels good to get back into the swing of things here. As great as vacation is, and believe me, I loved being on vacation last week. It just feels good to get back into a rhythm, get back in tune with the markets, get back in tune with my team here at Trade Ideas. It's all good. And of course, to get back in tune with all of you, right? I know a lot of you are regulars here, including you, Siggy. I've seen you around a bunch. Now that I know you're from Chicago, I had spent some time in Chicago. I know we got something in common now. That's great. Nice to meet you, Mahmood. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again. What did I get into today? CNX. There's a swing trade I got into today with options. Bought some options in the CNX today. So far looking pretty good. This is a swing trade playing for a move up above recent highs here. Hoping this thing gets above 14. We'll see. Yeah, Ziggy, I definitely spent some time at the old Drake Hotel. That's for sure. I think I checked the box on all the Chicago things you're supposed to do in Chicago. I'm not from Chicago, but I lived there for 10 years, and I never sat at the old Blue Eyes table, but I know the table you're referring to. Well, yeah, Chicago was a wonderful time. Wonderful 10 years of living there. Loved it. I'm overdue for a trip to get back. In fact, I was supposed to go earlier this spring or later in the spring this year for something, but all travel plans got scotched this year, as you know, for obvious reasons. Okay, folks, I've reached the end of my time here. I'm gonna pull the plug here. Looks like we ran out of questions. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, noon Eastern, to answer questions. So please come on back if you have any more questions. In the meantime, once I hang this thing up, the next screen you see will be back to Barry's screen for the live trading room. And once he comes back from his break, he'll take you into the close in the live trading room. Take care, everybody. And
pick and choose the ones you might want. There's no way I'm going to have a scan with all these in there. Okay, so just pick and choose which ones you want. You know, every time I see somebody start off a question with, I am so sorry to ask this stupid question, please, guys, there are no stupid questions. Seriously, you know, I'm not trying to be trite or anything like that. There are really, honestly, there are no stupid questions. I mean, unless you ask the same question over and over and over again every 5 minutes. But don't be, guys, I'm not talking to you specifically, JB, but don't be afraid to ask me questions, okay? Really. I know, especially those of you who are new to trading, you might think, oh my gosh, I don't want to seem like an idiot for that. We all started out new at one time, okay? Believe me, we all did. And we had no idea what we were doing. Meanwhile, AQST, holy smokes. Okay, so 5 windows. Ouais. Je fais de mon mieux de parler français avec toi. How's that, le grand? The I cannot do that. Of course, I have to speak English here. Okay, but well, this is from my watch list. You know, from my channel bar, or not my channel bar, but my channel within the channel bar. So this is something that I create every evening. Create the watch list to look at the next day. Number one. Okay, so and then these are just, you know, the basic new highs and lows. These are just stocks making new highs or new lows with some filters, you know, minimum volume, a price range that I like. The only difference here with the no repeat, these are the no repeats. So why I like this is that here you'll notice that, for instance, AQST, there was the very first time we had the alert was at 10:39, and the price was 684. So I can go back and say, okay, what did it do since then? So 684, pretty good. 711 right now. You see what I'm saying? So this will repeat every time the stock makes a new high. This is only going to show the first time with all the filters, with all the criteria, the first time it alerted. This will show over and over again if a stock makes a new high. Okay, and this is the same thing. You'll notice, for instance, ADMS. So you'll see ADMS, there it is at 518, but there's the first time it was alerted, 427. What did it do since then? Obviously, you know, awesome. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and if it doesn't, you can ask me again. So guys, I want to do my video now because I want to get back into the room quickly so I can start watching these things once I do the clear function. So I will, how to get the 2 remaining windows? These ones here? These ones? Yeah, so everything is here. You know, you can click on the scans tab and there they are, basic new highs and lows, like the no repeat version. Or here, or click on the click on the room drive icon up here. Looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share, downloads, and then they'll all go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at them after hours, figure out which ones you might want to take a look at, including these 2. All right, guys, I want to do my video, so make sure I mute everybody. Cat scratching in the background. All right, guys, I'm now back, and now I'm going to clear this. And see if we start to. Don't understand the question. How can I all trade windows locked on the monitor? Don't quite understand the question. You know, the whole idea, I mean, these are ideas, all right? This is not taking every single trade. These are ideas generated from the filters that I have. And so I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, I mentioned this one doing my video. I mean, a great move. Hardly any pullback whatsoever for ARNC. 2154 got all the way up to 2318, and now, yes, I mean now it is. So you can make money both ways. And meanwhile, yeah, I don't really love Sorrento, but can't dispute the fact that it's making the move. I mean, only one red bar on that 15-minute candle all day long. And when I say don't love it, I mean it's just my history with it in the past. Intraday, anybody has been very spotty. But no question that ever since it had the news, it's been pretty good. I don't understand what you mean. How can I all trade windows locked on the monitor? I don't understand your question, AC. You've asked it again. I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't ask it again. I scrolled up. I thought you asked it again. What do you mean by how can I trade all windows locked on the monitor? I don't understand the question. How can you have access to these windows? Just a minute. Okay, TRVN on the way down. I have the development channel on my screen. What did you place the setting? Oh, good. You're talking about to real. Good. I wasn't sure what you meant by that. You know, you can see why this Optinose OPTN is on my watch list. I mean, it hasn't triggered. I don't think no, it hasn't triggered because it has to take out Friday's high. But can you see that if it does trigger, not that it'll take the trade immediately because you like to see it take out 7, but look at the room it has, OPTN. It's on my watch list. It hasn't triggered. Won't trigger also because the relative volume is too low. But, you know, I can see my big watch list. And I can see the stocks that haven't triggered yet. And this is one of them. But man, I mean, if tomorrow this takes out 7 with any sort of oomph, I mean, look at the room it's got. That's the OPTN. Yeah, that's the sort of competition. I mean, that's why when somebody asks me about earnings tomorrow for INO, it doesn't really, I mean, I shouldn't say it doesn't matter, but that's not why anybody is, getting involved in INO. Not because they're going to have blowout earnings. It's the hope of some of the virus cure, test, and a lot of speculation about this one being a bunch of nonsense. But hey, I mean, it did get up to $34. Let me get this in here. The other. So really not much shaking from the AI today, guys. Yeah, a couple of targets got hit, but nothing really that, in the aggressive or moderate that you could have kept. Works, I see Works got halted and then was, a long time ago. Okay. I think there's a little slowdown. Again, we're changing our website. I sure hope this is not going to. Have you tried using our without having to do it on the chart, but a filter, standard deviation? Have you tried standard deviation breakout, breakdown? Have you tried these at all? Yeah, that's got nothing to do with the website. The website is more. So the answer is no. We're not looking at a 1-year chart. I mean, we're at the weekly and the daily, weekly, and monthly. The new website is not a new program. It's just the new website, different look of our homepage and all that. It's got nothing to do with the program. So I've never used our standard. Does anybody use our standard deviation filters or alerts? The breakdown. I see we have the breakdown. I don't know. I've never used them. I've never used them. So, I mean, how to use them? Well, as a filter. I mean, as the alert, that's pretty simple. I mean, you're just looking for a breakdown or a. But I've never used them. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. That's for fun. Let's create a brand new alert window. Start from scratch. Load the settings. Put some values in. So I want to put, say, a minimum of 250,000 shares. Okay. I'm going to put a relative volume of 2. I'm going to put my price range of 1 to 20. 1 to 25. I'll give it a little bit more of a bump. 1 to 25. Okay, I'm not going to put any, the stock has to be up or down. I'm going to put both of them. I want to add the alerts, check them both. Now, here's this, so this is the standard deviations, I guess, I can put in. 2. All right. So let's just see what it looks like. I mean, I haven't got a clue what this is going to look like. So I guess it was what this is telling me. So in the description, this is up 4 standard deviations for the day. So this, in theory, should be ripe for a short. Up 3 standard deviations for the day. Interesting. So LXU, no, not that you would want to short it yet anyway, but you can see it's just showing up here. Well, I'll tuck it away. I'll tuck it away and see. So when he says I look for stocks particularly above or below the 2 standard deviations, so it sounds like then what Real is doing, just out of curiosity, is maybe putting 3. So because I can do the math, 3 is a. Well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe we can put fractions in. I think you're kidding. I don't know if you're kidding, but let me just go 2.1. I don't know what. And you can see, so it's giving you the description. Let me add a few columns to it. Let me get the volume. So I got the price, description. Okay, I do want the description because it's going to tell me how many. We got the price. Put the float in. This is live? What do you mean by this is live? You mean these alerts here? These are all live alerts, yes? You mean real time? These are all real time alerts, if that's what you mean. Welcome. We always say welcome to anybody brand new in the room. Remember, we open the room at 9 o'clock, go to 3 o'clock Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Yeah, UBX. Oh, we got the same then. 8 point. I don't have the decimal, but it says up 8. Yeah, that's why. Ah, okay, okay. The description. Okay, I'll add the quality and see what. It's going to tell me maybe exactly. Oh, so it's going to be the same. It's not going to give me a fraction. It just saves space, maybe. That's not a bad idea. And all right. Well, I'm intrigued. I mean, obviously, this is again a return to the mean and all of that. Show the column. Well, I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean. Show the column. It's the quality. If that's what you're talking about, it's called the quality column in this particular case, because the alert is all to do with standard deviation. So that's what the quality column will show you. Now, another thing you can do, of course, let's have fun here. 143. Let's do this. Let's try to create a top list window. I think this is going to work. Okay, so now what I've done, yeah, but I don't understand this, was I should see some more. I don't know why this is not showing me. Unless this is, it's not like the alert. It's not adjusting it. Oh, I see. Okay. Because there have to be more that are way above this, but so this is obviously not adjusting every 30 seconds. I see. So that's what you meant. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so there's your fraction. Having a bit of a slowdown with our charts today. I can see something's going on. So now that means we can get rid of the quality column. Okay, here we go. This is more what I wanted. Okay, so here we see I've just created a top list with top standard deviations. So as an example, I mean, this one obviously is huge, MCRB, well, was. There's the Omer, UBX. Okay, I can see I need to add a volume to it. Meanwhile, CVGI guys, I'm going to probably, I'm missing this one. 372, 392 on the alert, but this is more fun. Interesting. Anyway, I'll just tuck that one away too. Well, this is the new surprise. Standard deviation is the new surprise. Not ready yet. No, and I may wait till tomorrow. I've only had 3 days looking at it. You know, before I even suggest doing it, I want to have maybe one more day. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching this on this. Well, it's about a 2 bar pullback on the 15s. The CMLS. See if it holds 5. Could add the standard deviation right here, showing what it would be, what it is. I mean, it's really not that big a deal. I mean, what it is, it's looking at the pre-market gappers from my alert windows, and that stops at 9:30, and taking them and massaging them and putting them into a topless and an alert window, and giving me looks that I wouldn't normally see of stocks that maybe are coming off the bottom or even pullback plays. So it's a new symbol. It's a new list every day, of course, because obviously every morning there are different pre-market gappers, and I just basically take them all and put them into a symbol list, attach it to a couple of an alert window and a topless window, and I mean, did this work out fantastically? I mean, I took this one earlier, FBC, right around here, just to see. But I normally wouldn't do something like that because it's coming off the bottom. Okay, just watching the CMLS to see if this is the end of the pullback, if this can hold here and pop up. Better stick an alert. This is where the alert would be about if it. I'm going to stick an alert around 510 for it. See if it holds. All right, PBI after sort of a bit of a bit of a sell-off at the beginning, making the ominous 666, guys. All right, so the CMLS didn't, so far, not holding 5, so I'm going to forget about it for a bit. Problem I have with PBI, 722. You know what I should do? I should add, just for fun, let's see this. The only problem I have with it is it's going to prevent me from well, not chasing, but seeing some of these that I'm sure are way outside the standard deviation. And even though, I mean, it might give me a little bit of pause, but FedEx, yeah, it's awesome. You know what to say? I mean, it's awesome. I mean, well, not through the 200-day. I don't know when it has earnings. September 15th. Great day. Friday continuation. Yeah. Interesting. It's not allowing me to add the standard deviation here to the single stock window, even though it's a filter that can be used in a topless window. I just feel like I'm feeding you shorts all day long. Wow, look at the volume that came into Sage. Wow. All right, guys, LPCN looks interesting. LPCN looks interesting. It's coming. Well, it's not. I'm sorry. That is not the 200-day moving. That's the week. But look on the monthly chart. It has room. Volume came in right there. Some volume came in, kicking in a little bit on the 15. And let's see if it can maintain and just pop LPCN. Just over the whole number. SVM was early. What is it doing? Yeah, it's still pretty good. I mean, it had the beautiful run, kind of basing a little bit. Now it's starting to inching up again with probably, what is silver doing itself? Silver is, yeah, still kind of tracking what SVM is doing. Come on, Lepicine, go into the 20s. Meanwhile, UBX continues to make new highs. Man, when did I first? Well, at the very, very least, I know we talked about this around 1170. Maybe here, I don't know, but definitely, definitely here. What a run from 1170 to 1357. So I'm not really sure. I mean, the standard deviations, I mean, it would prevent, I mean, 907, 9.07, but this would be preventing me from attacking these. So I'm not sure I really want to watch it. I'll wait for Real to suggest some, but I'm not sure I want to be influenced. Not with the cheaper ones anyway. Yeah, there's the 200-day right there. Yes. Do I think JMIA has any? Well, I know it's going to move, but whether it's going to do anything today, I mean, it's basing. I mean, it's had quite a day. I mean, it got all the way down to what 1809. It's pretty big range for it. But you know, who knows what it's going to do right now? I mean, there was the high. Remember, this was such an incredible run until 4 days ago when it hit 24, sold right off. But it looks like it is trying to come back. But right now, I mean, I don't know if it has any run left for today, but it's basing nicely. For it to run in either direction, what does it need? Volume. All right, look at, too bad. I think there's just too much choppiness for IPI on the daily for it to really, really have a great move. Too bad, because look at the volume that just came in to IPI. It's not a low float though, 95 million, but I think it's just too choppy on this daily chart. Just waiting on this LPCN. If it, this could have a big charge, guys. It wasn't this move really wasn't coming from consolidation. That's the only, minor issue. But look left and look how much room it's got. Yeah, CVGI is also an earnings play too, so I mean it could still be active if it takes this out. If it doesn't, obviously Real's right, it could fall, but it is an earnings play, so it should still have some decent activity. All right, so the LPCN, what I'm going to do, I've got an alert set up here and see if it takes it out. The LPCN around 220. All right, 10 next up here, guys. 935. Little bit of volume coming in. Little bit of volume coming in, and of course through the 200-day moving average, and more importantly, look left. Look at all the room this has got for 10. My goodness, Willem, does that mean you're going to be going long 10? Good volume coming in. Good volume coming in. Look at the 5-minute chart or 5-minute bar right there. The 15 has another 7 minutes, so this is going to be a nice volume bar here, guys. Well, Big O, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure stuff like that out. Maybe it wasn't as bad as analysts thought. Maybe their guidance isn't as terrible as they thought. A whole bunch of stuff. Oh, it's in my wheel. Well, anything here is in my wheelhouse. Anything. I love the volume coming in. Look at the volume. Good volume. Another 5 minutes. Well, but it's above. It's above. It's at 938. So I mean, it's slightly above it. I mean, the resistance in theory was the high of the day. So it's just a matter of how, can it hold over? I've got my alert set right there, that blue bar, that blue. Meanwhile, UBX doesn't care about standard deviations or anything. It is just rippage. This is my big miss. I mean, look at that. Just a two red bars. I mean, this is just a small one, but two red bars. The 5-minute chart. Hardly any pullback whatsoever. So I don't know if this is the new. Oh, that's 727. That's not even. I don't see any. So Q2 loss narrower than expected, as an example. Okay. So yes, they lost, but it was narrower. Narrower. That's a tough word. So when you look at it, I'm looking at the 10 news. Loss per share of 215, less than the consensus of 352. I mean that's so it did drop, but man, I mean this still has room. UBX still has room. Meanwhile, DOYU, this is an earnings play that is basically sunk all day. There's the. Actually, I may be wrong. This might have been. Yeah, this was actually. Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at what happened to DOYU. So there was the close on Friday. Release earnings this morning. Nice little gap up. Started to fade pre-market. Market opens and it's just been slip sliding away all day. Yeah, maybe. Again, there's my alert right up here at 220 or so. See if it takes that out later. All right, Hersha How hard is it not to say Hershey Hospitality Trust? Hersha Hospitality Trust, HT. There's the 200-day, way up there. Look at the volume coming into 10, guys. Well, when I just said it, it was up here. It looked like it was going to pop through. Thou shalt not chase. I cannot chase this one. Is this a virus play? I don't even know if it's a virus play. Doesn't look like it. No, doesn't look like it's a virus play at all. Well, moment of truth for 10, really. I mean, I'd like to see it get back into the 30s. I don't want to see this pull back much. Look at you. Wow. All right, guys, just put myself on mute for about 2 minutes. No, there are not many option players in here, Polly. So we don't. We have option filters, but we don't trade options as such. When I say we don't scan for options. We do have option filters. I don't know if you've seen them. I can go over them if you'd like. All right. So right click on an alert window. Yeah, you might not have seen, well, okay, I'll go over it anyway. Oops, search, so I'm going to search on options, just to show you what option filters we do have. So we have some obvious ones, the put call ratio. Options volume, that one is an average over the last 10 days. Okay, how many contracts over the last 10 days, both puts and calls together. This is obvious, the option volume today. Put volume today, call volume today. So these are fairly standard. Maybe not this one, the average option number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the key one right there, the options volume today %. So this is basically looking for abnormal option activity. So if you use this filter, so you say add the filter, put 200, so that's 200% double. So what that means is, remember what I was saying about this one, the options volume. So let's just say that a stock normally is traded on average over the last 10 days, say 3,000 contracts. For you to see that stock today, if you put 200 here, 200%, ratio 2, that stock will have to have traded 6,000 contracts, in other words, double. So it can help you, I suppose, if you're into trading options, at least zero in on stocks that are having abnormal option volume today. Now, after that, we can't help. Okay? So for instance, I do have the metrics right there. So, here's UBX. It hasn't traded like a ton of options, like contracts today, but for it, it's 1.6K, what it normally would do, which makes sense. And that's typical. I mean, if a stock does trade options, now here's where statistics get very misleading, though, obviously. So yeah, this one is up 474%, but it's only 219 contracts. So if you're going to use this one, my advice, if you're a true options player, you probably want to put a minimum option volume today, as well as, of course, that option percent filter, because, so what? 219 contracts, that's 400, that's 4.7 times normal, but big deal. Meanwhile, CVGI, I'm missing these guys. I'm missing them. That's all I can say. Look at that, 372, 417 now. I'm gonna shut the room down now so I can trade on my own, okay? Me right now? No, of course not. It's, back here. All right, guys. Well, Tenneco. Let's see if we got any move in this one now. Yes, Annie, so I do. I do have a nice video for you. It is a long video, but it's got virtually everything that you have to know about if you want to use Interactive Brokers and Brokerage Plus to trade your account. Everything is in here, okay? So take the time to watch the video. Brokerage Plus intro, okay? So that was for you, Annie. Well, this has had a bit of a choppy day, but look at CLSK. Wow, there's the original alert, 1180. So there's a dollar. I guess it's not that choppy. Looking at the 15, I mean, there's a little pullback, but it's not that choppy. Look at the volume also, guys. This is the biggest, well, for a while anyway. Look at that 5-minute volume bar right there for over 500,000. Still has a minute to close, or half a minute to close. That's for the CLSK. All right, what are you doing? LTRX. Okay, the volume came in, did not pop it yet. LTRX has room looking left. What's the float? Low float, 15 million in the float. Let's see if it takes out 5. It got right to 490, what, 497. Just basing here. Look at the volume that came in. All the time frames. So that means I can't go long? I haven't seen this one for a while. Rattler used to be a really active stock. You know, way up here, got up to 18, fell all the way down to $3. RTLR. I'm continuing to wait on the Tenneco to see if it gets back up to 940 into the 40s. I'm going to take that trade if it does. Okay, this Oak Tree. Saw this one. You know what? This is an earnings play. That's right. This is why I saw it earlier. Oak Tree, big float, 120 million in the float. Let's see, through the 200 day, it actually held on Friday, sat right on it. There's earnings. It has room, not that much room, like 560. Like, don't get me wrong. If you got it at 521, you sold at 560, that'd be awesome. But you know, the likelihood of it getting right up there is not that great. Plus, it's got a huge float, 120 million in the float. So again, it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. It's had a nice move though, off that 5. Yeah, look at this CVGI, guys. This is still strong. All right, guys, I'm going to just switch headsets. Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. I should have taken the CVGI. Mr. Goods. Last 29 minutes of the day in the room. Good for you. Nope. Not a chance. All right, here's another one. But it's not coming out of consolidation. You know, huge difference here. So Casper, CSPR, nice volume breaks, but it's just not coming out of consolidation or any form of consolidation. So, you know, it may keep running. It's got room, but I'm just gonna have to let it go. CSPR. Yeah, not many shorts at IB actually. 9,000. That's it. Wow, look at this one go. Well, this could easily have a second day, guys. This is a earnings play today, CVGI. The room it's got is around up to 5 anyway. And, you know, after that, if we could ever, you know, take that out tomorrow. But what a great earnings play for it. It's not incredible volume either. I mean, it's 5 times normal, but it's obviously it does not trade that much usually. All right, this LTRX is just hanging tough underneath 5. So what I'd be looking for is look at this volume bar right there. Get another one like that and popping it through 5. If you're a beginner, it's awfully hard for me just to say, here's entry and exit for beginners. You know, you really have to learn how to read charts, okay? I mean, we do have the AI, which maps that out for you to a certain extent. I mean, it's going to give you an entry, it's going to give you an exit, okay? But, you know, it's hard for me to say to you, well, you know, here's where you should buy. I mean, I'm talking about, for me, LTRX, if we get a volume, you know, like a big volume burst through 5, you know, because I'm looking at this monthly chart and there's room, but you know, a little bit of experience though. So when you say you don't understand the one that pops up the arrow on buy or sell, give me an example. Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. If you're talking about if I click on an alert, you know, let me click on this one back here, TPRI. Okay, you're talking about that, for instance, that little blue arrow you see here. So all this is when you click on an alert, it's got nothing to do with buying or selling it. It's just telling you where the alert happened. So, back, Adams, ADMS at 1254 on the 15-minute chart. There's the blue arrow there. There's the blue arrow here. That's all it's telling you. It's not saying buy it now. This is just where the real-time alert happened. These are ideas, okay? These are ideas. These are not, okay, when you get an alert, you just automatically take the sell or take the trade. Yeah, I don't think it's possible, but he said pop up. So I'm assuming he meant up as opposed to the side arrows, sideways arrows. But I may be talking to myself. I don't know if he can hear me. Hard, when somebody says, anybody who is absolutely brand new, I'm sure this is it's overwhelming, sure. That's why I created this. So hopefully you could just sort of concentrate on a few stocks, get used to looking at different patterns. I mean, look at CBay here. I mean, this still has room. I mean, it had a great, it's had a great run, had a great week. You can see right there. Look at that weekly candle. Great. I keep waiting on this 10, TEN, to see if it gets going again. Look at the volume coming into this one, DSKE. This was the tough trader today, in my opinion. Look how choppy it is on the fives. But volume coming in probably will make my watch list for tomorrow. It made it today, but it'll probably make it tomorrow. Maybe it'll have a smoother intraday trading day. All right. Meanwhile, LXU, where was the original alert? 144. So it's at 158 now. A little bit of volume coming in. You have to look at a lot of charts, Elijah. I mean, there's no easy way around this. Okay, I mean, when you say an entry strategy of your own, I mean, you have to figure out what sort of a trader you are. I am a momentum trader, so I like seeing stocks near the highs or the lows of the day. Some people like to play pullbacks. They want to see, they don't want to take a stock near the high of the day. They want to see it pull back. There are all sorts of different, if you have a strategy, then we can help you maybe formulate it within trade ideas. But when you're brand new, you don't really know what you want. And I get it. I mean, trading takes time. That's why we have the simulator. I mean, you can practice trading with our simulator, real-time simulator. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you got. This is what you see here. So you can actually practice before you commit money to the market. That's what we absolutely recommend before you start, especially if you're brand new. You can't, I know it looks easy sometimes. You see people, I bought this and it went up, $10. I just made $1 million. Well, you read all that stuff on the internet. Please take it with a grain of salt. There's only one thing, you should practice first before you commit money to the market. And that's what we can do right here in this window. Well, I mean, I don't know how much money you're willing to commit, but if you can afford $118 minus 15% for a promo, you have access to our simulated trading. Try it for a month. Practice trading for a month and see how you do. But I'm not saying after a month you're going to be a trader. I don't understand when you say you tried the demo, but it's not working for you. The demo is just a taste of what Trade Ideas can do. It's a 15, 20-minute delay, no charts. It's not meant to replace. It's not meant to replace, the full program, of course. Basically, all the demo is there for, wow, look at FENC. I sort of thought, how can this get out of, where was the original alert here? At 994, I thought it was going to stumble more at 10, but look at this. Look at this move, guys. Look at the volume. That's my mistake. Should have taken this trade. Look at the volume coming in. 15, 5-minute chart, just booming through. The heck did they do? Pharmaceutical preparation. The other thing as a beginning trader, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out and how much you're willing to risk on the trade. In other words, depending on your account size, even when you're practicing in the simulator, you have to say to yourself, okay, on each trade, I'm willing to risk $50 or $100 or $25. I mean, whatever your account size. And if the trade works against you, you get out and you move on. Okay, guys, Tenneco is finally starting to move. Well, it depends on your account size. If you have a very small account size, I mean, first of all, what I recommend is practice trading before you commit anything, before you commit any money to the market. If you didn't know how to drive and I threw you the keys to the plane and I said, okay, go ahead and drive, what would you do? I know people think they can start trading like after 10 seconds, but it takes time. It takes time to control your emotions. You have to have discipline. So I'm going to keep saying, what do I recommend for beginning traders? Practice trading in a simulator. Yeah, it was brief into the 40s, brief. All right, guys, so typically I'll be shutting the room down around 3. I will stay later if there are any questions, but it is a beautiful sunny day, so you know what I want to do. Yeah, I'm just not a big swing trader. It's that simple. I mean, will I? Do I? I have done it, but very, even 2 days for me is a long time. I did take that IPO from last week, Rocket, and I still have a piece of it left, but I'm in at what, 2140 or something. But I've sold. I was able to sell some on Friday at 2640, and also, I mean, but so I do have a little piece of this Rocket. Hello, Mike. Yeah, a little disappointing on the 10. I thought it might start to rip, but we'll see. I mean, see if this holds. I'm not in it. I almost got in it. I said I was going to get in at 940, but then I noticed it immediately dropped underneath, so I just held off. Well, the market has to be open. You can practice after hours, and you can practice. I mean, as long as the market is. I mean, IB has data. Well, we keep getting data until 7 at night Eastern time, and we start getting your data 7 in the morning. So from 7 to 7. So you can practice in the simulator after hours, but every trade you take has to be what's called a limit order. So you can't just go in a market. So you have to pick a price to go in at during, when it's outside of normal market hours. Okay? Yeah, it's a 2 now. Now, what do we have here on the monthly chart? We've got a high of 231, so that's sort of close. TTOO. Yeah, it uses our real time. Yeah, it's our real time data on the simulator. Yes, it's not IB. You don't use IB's paper trade. You use ours. Just connect right there. Yeah, there's no relative volume change. I think I know what you mean. No, there isn't. So use our, way simpler to use our simulator. Just have, all you have to do is load the Brokerage Plus from the toolbar. New Brokerage Plus window, and then just connect to the simulator. And you can take a trade. I'm just going to do one just for fun, just to show you how easy it is to do. I'll take the fence. I mean, just to show you. So a couple hundred shares. I'll go in at the market because the spread's okay. So I just bought it. Okay, so now we're real time. I can stick a stop in if I want. Put it at $10. And I can put a target if I want. These are showing up on the chart. See, so these are showing up right on the chart. There's your stop, $10. So if it went down to 10, it would take you out for a $41 loss. If it got up to 10.50, it would take you out for a $60 gain. You can move these lines anytime. Trade starts to work well. Use like a trailing stop. Just move it up. Same thing with the target. Starts approaching the target. You want to move it up. So very visual right on the chart. Or of course you can just do it manually right in here. Or to get out of a trade, just flatten it. To get out, you can get out half your trade. Or you can double your trade. You can pick how many shares at a certain price you want to get out of the trade. You want to trade 50 shares at a certain price, you can do so. So, I mean, it's a great simulator. You can use it like a swing trade. If you don't close the trade out at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward tomorrow. You start off with $100,000 in the simulation account. Do I short? Yes. SPY is just completely flattened out, guys, on that 15-minute chart. I mean, so you understand the answer to your question in stock. So, I mean, the relative volume changes all day long, but what you're asking for is, say, like a 25% increase over the last 5 minutes or something like that. I've asked for that in the past. Well, you can do the same. They don't listen to me. Ask for that as a feature request, okay? Goods making up for lost time, post after post. No, no, no. I'm just kidding you. Completely just kidding you. I trade the pre-market. I rarely, rarely trade the post-market. I traded the pre-market today with the HOTH trade. Quick, about it seems like about a 30-second trade. Right in the pre-market, right there, in at 349, out at 450. And it seemed like it was just in seconds. This was a very, very fast moving. Had to be nimble. And I thought, when I got out and it kept moving higher, I said, ah, man, it's going to be $10 at the end of the day. But I was glad. Don't know how to answer that question. They're more secure than stocks that fly like $10. I don't understand how to answer that question. Well, I mean, it's still highly, highly risky. Look at the next candle. It went from 492 down to 273. So, I mean, it's very risky too. Very risky. Very low float. So I can't say, and I'm not sure. Well, I would have to almost disagree with you. I mean, these are very risky. But you have to be sitting there. This is not anything like a stock, like a trade like this has to be watched. And there's Vicky putting in her 2 cents. Well, I have to admit, I am disappointed in the 10. I really thought that this move right there was going to get it running a little bit. Be on the watch list for tomorrow, though. It has room still. You too, William. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, this is awful looking monthly and weekly, this SYNC. And it's not coming at any kind of consolidation. It's a nice volume pop, but I'm going to just give it a pass. SYNC just showed up there. The trading room is open at 9 o'clock. It runs 9 to 3. I have no idea, Vicky. On YouTube, I have no idea. We don't have a. I don't think there's a delay. I think you're talking about. Like, I don't have a delay. I think you're talking about people who have our program who have a room. They have to. Yeah, other people. Yeah, I believe so. Yes. In our YouTube feed, there is not a delay. All right, guys, unless there are any other questions, I am going to wrap this up. All right, don't see any other questions. Okay, guys, so I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening, everybody. Bye-bye. good. I'm going through my exercise
Oh,
round
your
right now.
microphone is on.
What's that?
Microphone is on.
What?
Your microphone is on.
Okay.